This is Tyler Jones, and you're listening to the No Name RC podcast.
Nitro is the glory. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast with your host tonight, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and if you are unlucky, the Finnish village idiot, JQ. This is the RC podcast with no name, but plenty of content. So sit back, relax, and get ready for some serious bench racing.
Yes, indeed, Nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 28 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and this week, the special guest on our podcast is Matt Olsen from MIP/Mod, Matt Olsen Designs. I'm kind of, I kind of freak out on this one because I've been following Fifth Scale for a while. I think it's awesome. I watched them at DNC and I thought, wow, I like how they react. They're fast. I mean, they are expensive, but they're nice. So I decided to get him on this podcast because he's putting in a lot of work. I watch him on Facebook. He's grinding away. He's hustling, and I like it. So we have a long talk. He has a lot to say, and we talk about it. Before I go on any further, I'd like to thank all of you guys, the listeners, man. Thank you for tuning in, making, sending messages and whatnot. It's greatly appreciated. I tried to respond to all the messages. Sometimes I miss them, but if I haven't responded to you, just send me another one. Thank you to all our sponsors: AssaultRC.com, JQ Racing, and Techno RC. Thank you for all your continued support. It's greatly appreciated. Remember, we are still looking for questions on the Assault RC invisible speed setup segment, and also looking for people to be a part of the Techno Racing Grassroots Racer Spotlight. If you want to have 15-20 minutes to talk about RC, contact me. If you have contacted me and we've fallen out of contact me again, because I've been kind of busy lately, and when Facebook messages, I get a lot of Facebook messages daily, so just through dealing with JQ Racing and whatnot. So a lot of the messages get pushed down, and they just get buried in my messenger. So if I haven't responded to you in a while, hit me back. If you want to be in a Techno RC Grassroots segment, hit me up, because I want to talk to you guys. We'll work out a day, we'll work out a time, and we'll do it. So good stuff. Shout out to Brent Densford, Beach RC, JQ Racing USA. Doing good stuff over there. Thank you. Couldn't do this stuff without Brent. Shout out to Andrew Rennick, Model Tune over there in the UK. Jerome Chambon, Donuts RC, and all of our other JQ dealers around the world. I know people must be like, well, this guy just talks about JQ Racing, blah, 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 blah. But you know what? That's where I started. That's how I got my opportunities. So, of course, I'm going to talk about them. I'm sorry if you don't like it. But that's, that's me. I'm all about JQ Racing. That's how I got started in this. So I will talk about them. Shout out to all my JQ family around the world, man. There was a lot of racing going on this past weekend. Guys are racing in the Netherlands. Guys are racing in America. Yeah, racing season's hot, man, and things are going, and things are great. We have a lot of racing coming up this weekend. Before we get into that, we have the Manufacturers Cup this past weekend. If you guys did not check it out, go check it out. They had some great coverage. Live RC did some great coverage. Thomas from J Concepts did some great coverage. It's a completely different format of racing. I believe it's in the pro class, it's four 10-minute mains. A mains track is so badass. The guy who builds that, man, he does a great job. They actually have an oval. I really love how they incorporated the oval, and it made almost like a oval corkscrew and probably the best. I'm not a big fan of crossovers, but this was probably the best crossover I've ever seen. Track looked great. There was some great racing. I believe Mayfield won Truggy. Spencer won Buggy on I think Mayfield kind of blew out in the last lap of the the fourth race, and Spencer got by him. Not too sure about E-Buggy. I saw that Nick Watlett, who's going to be coming on this podcast next. I will announce that later on today so we could get some questions from him, from Wallie Builds. I like that guy. I wanted to talk to him. You know, he's another guy that's hustling hard. He won Open Truggy and Buggy, so congratulations to him. It's a great race. It doesn't get a big entry count. It did the first year, but it doesn't get it no more. And I don't understand why, because it's a great race. Well, I can't understand why, because it's a lot of racing going on between right now. So, yeah. They have staggered starts. Like, it's not a regular down and quiet. Well, it is, but it's like they start, it's like a staggered start from straightaway, like from the back. It's not on the side like normal IFMAR down and quiet. So I like that aspect of it. It's almost like a gate start, but it isn't. So if you haven't checked it out, go check it out. It was pretty good. There was some 10 scale racing going on as well. There was a big race in France. Renault Savoia won that. Adrien Bertin, man, he could still wheel. Like, I was shocked. I saw some video of him racing. He was doing good. So I was shocked to see Adrien can wheel. Renault won. Yannick was there. I can't remember what position he came, but big race in France. Track was gnarly, real off-road and whatnot. So we do have a lot of racing going on this weekend. We have AMS, which I went to last year, which is the Alabama Manufacturers Shootout, which is really good. I went last year, had a ball. It had the biggest jump I've ever jumped in my life. I think they tamed it down this year. They have a lot of pro guys going. I think this is Ty Tessman's first race time event. I know Dave's excited about that. Dave puts in a lot of work. Bobby's there building the track. I was talking to him yesterday. We have a few guys going there. That's great. They'll have fun. Good luck to the guys that are going there. Everybody having fun. Everybody that's going to AMS. I think this podcast is going to be very long, so you will have something to listen to on your drive up. I understand if you get tired of my mouth and you want to turn it off, so no worries. And of course, we have RCGP this weekend and Austria and Fähring, which is, wow, what a beautiful facility that is. Looking at the pictures that Joseph has sent me and posted online, it's a beautiful facility. It's definitely the oddest shaped track I've ever seen. It's deeper. It's much more deep than it is wide. The driver's stand or driver's building, because it's bigger than a stand. It's like an actual building, is kind of like in the corner. So it's a little bit different. So it should be interesting to see how it works this weekend. I did watch the fifth scale Euros from RC Racing TV there last year. So it was pretty interesting. And it looks beautiful. I mean, Max and Joseph have been busy putting up all the banners. The family that owned the track, they're painting all the curbings, and it's beautiful. I'm sorry, man. I love a track that has concrete curbings. It makes for, you guys may think I'm crazy, but when you have concrete curbing on the corner that's proper, it makes for so much better racing. Guys can go in closer. They don't get snagged on pipes. I know it's difficult with American tracks because they are not, most of them aren't permanent like the European tracks, but when they're all painted up, it just looks so nice. It looks, it really, you know, if I could build an American track with that, I mean, I know Tilt Yard does it. Homer does it at his track. He has concrete curbing and whatnot. So if you guys are building tracks out there and this layout's gonna stay in a while, a little bit of concrete curbing helps, man. Paint that stuff red and white. It makes your track look so nice. Just my opinion. And you know, the guys can get up on the curbing and go around corners a little better. Maybe I'm crazy. I built a track like that had the curbing on it, and it just made for better racing. Guys weren't getting snagged on pipes and whatnot. But I totally understand why it doesn't happen. So yeah, good stuff. Where else? I think there's a couple of other places racing. I'm not sure. Oh, sorry. The Rumble in Rome this weekend as well. It's up in Rome, New York at CRC's track. I believe that's Frank Calandra's track. I could be wrong. That's his name. Somebody will correct me, I'm sure. The Rumble in Rome's a big race. We have a few JQ guys going there. It's a gnarly outdoor track. Should be fun. I remember I think it gets about 450 entries. So big, I guess, really the first big Northeast race of the year. So that's good stuff. Next, also we have, I don't know if it's going to happen because weather's not looking promising, but the TSOC race, 2 states, 1 championship race, that's happening at Sumter this weekend. I keep saying Sumter. So that looks good. Yeah, lots of racing going on if the weather holds up. So, but the 2 big races are RCGP rounds 3 and 4 at Fähring, Austria, and AMS at I can't remember what exact city it's in, but it's a great event. And it's supposed to be a lot of rain there, but luckily AMS is under a roof and you'll be fine. Even your pits are under roofs like it was last year. So good stuff. Good. Lots of racing, lots to watch. Maybe I'll get somebody on to talk about AMS who went that next week, and we'll sit off and talk about it for 20 minutes because it should be exciting with all those top pros going to race there. Just a few announcements I want to announce. We have another benefit race coming in. It's my buddy Rob Birchall. He owns Chuckles RC. It's a small track. I think it's in Tennessee. Sorry, Rob. I can't really remember where the track is. But it's actually it's called Race on the Mountain. It's a benefit race for Matt Norrod. I think that's how you say his name on Norrod. Matt has been diagnosed with cancer recently. He was very influential in helping Rob build this track. So Rob's having a benefit race, $25 each class. They will have 4-wheel drive, short course 4-wheel drive buggy, Sportsman Pro e-buggy, Sportsman Pro nitro buggy, open nitro truggy, open e-truggy, trophies for first and third. This is exactly what he sent me. He says, we'll be having a benefit race on July 20th for one of our fellow racers. We will have the race at Chuckles RC track in Crossville, Tennessee. So it is in Tennessee. All proceeds will go directly to Matt and his family for expenses for cancer treatment. Please come out and support one of our own. We'll be trying to beat the heat by running one qualifier, then run mains. We will be starting Heat 1 at 4 p.m. So if you want more track time, you can come earlier. Track is really nice in the evenings. I believe there's a GoFundMe for Matt. I'll post it up on the No Name RC podcast page, but I'm big on benefit races. If we can help them out anyway, raise some money for fellow RC racers, I think we should. So yeah, if you guys have a few dollars, few shingles, and you're not gonna be able to make it to the race, you can probably give it to, Matt's sister, I believe, done up a GoFundMe for him. But he's in his 30s, he's got a family, and the cancer is a bastard, man. It doesn't know race, color, creed, or anything. It just comes, and we have to beat this, and we have to help out as many people as we can. All right. Well, I'm not going to ramble on. I do believe this podcast is going to be extra long. We do have Jeff Keaton back. He's on the rant. The rant actually went for an hour. So this podcast is going to be long. I'm sorry. I know we're going to have to start breaking these podcasts up. So I don't know. I hope you guys do enjoy it, man. We're working hard to bring more content. I've been recording this week. We have guests lined up, working on more guests. I'm actually, pretty much jam-packed for guests for the next couple of weeks, and lots of podcasts popping up. Check out Track Walk, check out Extra Lap, check out State of RC, check out my buddy SJ Shantler just made one, an RC podcast. Who else can I say? RIP, TSR. Yeah, there's lots of RC podcasts coming out. I try to listen to as many as I can, and we're busy here putting in work too. These podcasts are taking up more and more time, and that's great. So hopefully you guys are enjoying them. We have some great old school guys coming on, a few more Future of RC. Going to try and get some more current drivers on, but right now their schedule is pretty busy. So it's going to be hard, but I'm still trying. And we're trying to bring you guys the best. So with that said, enough of me rambling on. Thank you all for the continued support. Let's get into the Assault RC Invisible Speed setup segment.
You are now locked in to the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment. Check out AssaultRC.com for the latest products for all your performance RC needs. Featuring the best lubes and specialty tools on the market. Use promo code LEFTY19 at checkout for 10% off your entire order at AssaultRC.com.
Welcome to the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment. This is the segment dedicated to all of your setup questions, and Joseph or Max or whoever we have on will answer them. So this week we have Joseph with us, and he's going to answer your setup questions. So hey, Joseph, are you ready? Can you stop doing whatever you're doing, please?
I'm wrenching.
Can you just stop for 5 minutes?
I'm working on my RCGP race car here.
Right. So you can come last. Great news.
I'm not going to be last.
All right. Well, we do have 2 questions for you this week.
Okay.
So the first one comes from Andreas Constanla. I think he's from Costa Rica. Good guy.
Andreas Constella.
Constella. Segreda Constella. I'm sorry, Andreas. I'm butchering your name, Andres. I talked to him the other day. He's a nice guy. I think he's been doing like clinics and stuff like that in Costa Rica, and he's a good guy.
We know you can talk, and reading isn't your strong suit. It's okay. All good at something.
Shut up. Anyway, his question is about the setup with the fast race shock caps. For what tracks would you use this?
Oh, shit. Well, I have tried them. And actually, me and Max tried them both, and we had the same result. So what happened was, it was a small difference. It's not something that, if you aren't really in tune with your car and what's happening, it's not going to make a sort of noticeable difference and just fix a ill-handling car or make you a second faster a lap. But what did happen was, me and Max were doing good. Our cars were good. We put those bladders in. We both lowered our lap times about 0.2, I think it was. Consistently about 0.2 faster. And the reason for that, we felt, was this track had a smooth groove around the track, sort of medium grip. So what we felt happened was, going through the corners and then especially exiting them, we had more drive. Like it almost felt like the bladders in the caps sort of helped to push the tire into the ground when you started to accelerate. So instead of sort of absorbing, it had more resistance and we had more grip. So yeah, that's what we noticed. But then going from the bladder to emulsion, it just feels easier. Like it feels more plush. It has more of that effect of, imagining dragging a wet towel around the track. If you have a wet towel and you drag it over a rough surface, the towel will just kind of change its shape and go exactly according to all the bumps and jumps and everything on the track, right? Conform itself. What's the word I'm looking for? Well, that's how the car feels when you go emulsion. So the suspension just handles everything nice, and it doesn't want to pop so much over jumps or singles or that sort of stuff. So yeah, you should try both. Just because Ongaro runs them doesn't mean that you have to run them. Like, try them for yourself and see.
Awesome. Okay, the next question, I don't have anything to add because I've never used them myself, and I don't race, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, it's something that I should try more also, just to see, mainly like the lap time thing. That are they faster? Is it worth running more often?
Okay.
So.
The next question, actually, this is a good question. I forgot. It comes from Enrico. I forgot that I had asked it. He sent it on Instagram. Enrico Maloney. He wants to know about tuning with bump steer. How does that work?
Okay, so bump steer is basically the front tires turning when you don't intend them to turn. So your steering is straight, then you work the front suspension and you can see the wheels turn. Typically what happens is when you lift the car up in the air and full droop, the tires will toe out a bit. And then same thing, when you compress the suspension all the way, the tires will toe out a bit. So you can tune this, but mainly what you should do is just always try to make sure that you have the same, like minimal bump steer and the same bump steer. So bump steer changes when you move the upper link, for example. So when you adjust the front top link, or even the lower arm height, it changes the bump steer slightly. And you would have to readjust that with the shims, either on the inside steering link or outside steering link. And you raise or lower the steering link so that you minimize bump steer. Typically, the best result is always to try to minimize bump steer. And if you have bump steer in any direction, then usually it's best if when you compress the suspension that it toes out a bit. Because let's say you're going in a corner and you turn full left, it's a left-hand corner, the outside wheel, when it leans over to that outside, it will toe out a bit. So that typically will be better than it towing in, because if it tows in as you are turning, it will turn the outside tire more, which will make it grab a bit more. So the car will, want to suddenly start turning more or flip over or something like that, or catch a bump and get unstable. So when you have it towing out slightly, it will be smoother.
Okay. Anything else to add to that bump steer?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Well, thank you, Enrico, and thank you, Andres. Thank you for your questions. We appreciate it. If you guys have any more questions, please go to our Facebook page or Instagram page, or send me a message, and we want to get these setup questions answered. Thank you for your time, Joseph, and thank you to Assault RC for sponsoring this segment. And remember, go to assaultrc.com, type in Lefty19, and you get 10% off your order. All right, Joseph, I'll talk to you later when we come back for the rant.
Okay. See ya.
Bye-bye.
Hey guys, Jared Tebow here, and you're listening to the No Name RC Podcast.
Yes, Nitro is I don't know. Is Nitro really the glory, or are we doing like a two-stroke gasoline glory here this week on the No Name RC Podcast? Because this week we have, as you guys know, I've been kind of freaking out over two things in RC lately. Obviously, Nitro is the glory, but I've been freaking out over trail scale and fifth scale. Large scale, as they call it, because those are two of the genres of RC that I love as well, almost as much as I love Nitro. So this week, I decided to get, he's been busy. I've been watching his Facebook. He's been driving up and down California, wherever he's going to promote fifth scale. I said, let me get this guy while I can, because he's so busy. He's like the guy that's kind of single-handedly transforming fifth scale and making it great again in America, and doing his own thing. And I love it because his hustling is a hard worker. I don't know him, but I can see that he works hard. Mr. Matt Olsen from Mod. What's up, Matt? How are you?
How's it going, Keenan? Thank you for having me on, man.
Thank you for coming on, Matt. I know you're busy. We talked, I think it was yesterday. It's like, this is what I'm doing. You showed me a picture of the highway, and I was like, yeah, I know all about that life on the road, man.
Yeah, it's I've been on this whole gig now for probably the last 10 years of my life. I've been on the road or doing something all through college, and I would schedule my college classes around almost going to events, so I could go to events, fly home, and go to class the next day. So it's been a part of my life now for the last 10 years of traveling, and I've been in the hobby for probably the last 18 years. So it's been a ride. I love it.
Yeah, sweet. I just wanted to let people know your location is in Cypress, California. You're 28 years of age, and you've been doing a lot of big things in RC, dude. That's pretty cool.
Nah, just in my little arena for sure. But I've been trying as much as humanly possible. I've been trying.
Oh man, I see you everywhere, man. I love you. I love it. I love the hustle, man, because I see it because I'm kind of been doing it myself. Yeah. You do it more on a physical side. I do it on a virtual side as well as a physical side. But I love the hustle, man, because hustlers. That's what. You gotta hustle. You gotta. If you ain't grinding, you're sliding. That's how I look at it.
Hey, if you ain't growing, you're dying, right?
Yeah, of course. So I like what you're doing, man. And
thank you, man.
And
I appreciate it.
And I'm kind of getting old now, older. I'm 41 this year, and When I saw those cars at DNC last year, and I saw those trucks, and I was just like Smitty, my boy Smitty, because I met him. I met him through Jay Smoker, and
yes,
Smitty had one. Yeah,
very nice. I helped him out all week.
Yeah. He talked very highly of you, and I was like, Smitty, I want to drive your car. And then he's like, come over and help me pit. And then Smoke and I helped him pit, and I turned marshal, and I was just like, man, I honestly just zoned out of 8-scale nitro racing for a few hours and just sat there and watched those cars. And I was just like, man, these things are badass.
You know what? They're next level, man. And people think that they're slow, but I've actually raced 8 scales on the track, even at Thunder Alley. I think I came second or third or something like that in like the expert class with my 5th scale truck versus 8 scale buggies. Mm-hmm. If you can keep the speed up, and you have more sweeping corners, they're exactly the same speed as an 8 scale. They just look slower because they're so much bigger. But as far as the speed wise, they're like the exact same speed.
Yeah, I was
the jumps that 8 scales will, everything like that.
Exactly.
More room. That's all.
I saw them. I was like, no way, this big giant cars and done the jump, and I was like, man, these things are just like 8 scale buggies. Okay, like you said, I think they have the power of 8 scale buggies. They maneuver, but it just takes longer. It's that's why I think it would be good for me. The reaction time is a little bit.
You know what?
Slower.
They don't turn on a dime and they don't stop on a dime.
Okay.
You have to use the weight to your advantage, and a lot of it's corner speed. Mm-hmm. But as long as we've had a couple different tracks we've done my mod series on, and they've been 8 scale tracks, and all that we've done is we've cut the corners so that they're more sweeping. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to try and stop and do a 90-degree turn or something like that. It's more of a sweeping corner, you just end up having the lanes wider, so that they can maneuver and you can dice with guides and stuff like that, and it's not as tight. That's probably the only 2 requirements that 5th scales need on a track versus like a smaller 8 or versus like an 8 scale track.
And that's actually my pet peeve with 8 scale tracks. It's too many 180s. They need more corner speed and more, Yeah. That's why I think the Europeans have been gaining. I have this whole European versus USA thing that I've been accused of starting, and that's cool because the rivalry is always great. But I think the European tracks definitely carry more corner speed, and it's like I like to say this: Europe is motocross, America is supercross.
Gotcha.
So definitely need faster corner speed tracks. Get away from these 180s, jump 180 jump. We need to carry speed and go fast because that matters. So,
yeah, for sure.
And definitely in 5th scale, like you said, you have to carry corner speed because they're so big, they're so heavy.
That's the one key to other than finishing the race. The one key to 5th scale for is driving these things is corner speed and keeping that up, and and getting out of the hole.
Man, I think they're pretty tough.
They're 35, 40 pounds, so keeping the things up, and just on power, and that is huge. Yeah. And that's part of the success of winning with these cars.
Yeah, I mean, I saw some guys take some tumbles, and I was like, man, I couldn't believe that a 35, 40-pound car did that and was still driving. So they're pretty tough as well.
They're very durable. Besides running it into a fence full power or into a pole or something like that, they're pretty indestructible. Usually little stupid stuff will happen where a linkage will come apart, or your throttle will stick, or you'll have a servo issue, or a ball cup will wear out and it'll pop off for your linkage, for your camber links or something. A wheel will fall off. So it's usually the very, very minute details that you might look over of what actually fails on these cars, because they're a very, very durable car, and we're more so on the low-C realm. We run the low-C cars out here in the States, where more so maybe in the European arena, they're more the MCD, the NRPs, stuff like that, as far as fifth scales, at least with the buggies are concerned.
Right.
But as far as North America, Losi rules the game.
Oh man, I want one so bad. Alex Morelli is a good friend of mine from Indy RC, and he was like, I was so disappointed this year. He's like, man, Keenan, if they race fifth scale at DNC, you can race one of my cars. And I was like, really? I'm going to be a DNC champion finally? And I'm bragging. And then obviously we didn't have it. So he's always said, if I go to a race and there's fifth scale, you can race one of my cars. He's a great guy. Gotta get on this podcast.
He ended up driving out to my event at Fear Farm.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And he pitted with us underneath the modded MIP things. He drove all the way out, and I think it was in his Mercedes or his Beamer that he had. And dude
his
was
car
like,
was
he's super white.
Yeah,
you know, and I saw him like burning out there in the sun. He had like a little umbrella up. I'm like, dude, come on over. I'm like, I have my big MIP and mod tents, so, 10 by 15 tents. I'm stretched 30 feet.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on over and and join us. I had another pit spot available.
Yeah. So
he was with us all weekend and racing his cars, his buggy and his truck, and I was helping him out all weekend with getting the right stuff and setup wise. So super good dude, you know. And it was a lot of fun. But he drove 14 hours, and that's part of the beauty with fifth scale is a lot of people will travel for them, and the community's awesome and it's a lot of fun and really, really enjoying it.
Yeah, Alex and his dad Tej are really good guys. They're great ambassadors for RC. Good people. So I've been to India a few times and talked to them and whatnot. Great people. All right, man. Well, I always like when I have new guests on her, I always like to find out about how they got into RC. Some people don't like it, but I think it's a good. I mean, obviously we're talking because I'm geeking out over fifth scale, but how did you get started in this whole RC? I like to call it it's RC so weird, man. I think we have an addiction, but it's a good addiction. But
it's an addiction for sure.
Yeah. How did you get started in what? Tell us briefly about your early years in RC. Are we
starting from the beginning, or just when I started racing?
Yeah, man. How'd you start? Did you have no? You're too young for a grasshopper, I think.
Well, the first time I got influenced towards RC or really even seen them was because of my dad.
Okay.
My dad Mark, he used to race like at M&M and the ranch back in the day after work with his coworkers. He worked for IBM. Anyways, he had like the Yokomo like chain drive stuff and belt drive 4-wheel drives. And he brought me out one time just to run in the grass and at a field. And this is when I was probably maybe 6. And he had the old like yellow cell batteries and everything like that. And I ended up driving his car around, and I don't know what it was about it, but I felt like when he took the body off and like I could see the internals of everything of how it was working. It's something you can't see like when you go to Toys R Us or something like that. So I always thought that cars were really cool since it had body clips on it. I thought that was like the biggest thing is like body clips. So I wanted an RC car that had body clips. So next thing you know, I ended up buying my brother's double XT from him because he ended up getting out of it. I bought all of his equipment, his Pekin charger, the Dean's what was it? That little light bulb /
the discharger.
Discharger, with all the lights on it.
I had one of them.
And it set your car on top of it.
Yep.
I had that, the Aerotronics 2P, what was it, 2PXL or something? 2LP,
I think, was it like that square one?
Yep, the 2XLP, it's probably up in my closet right now somewhere. But ever since then, I've driven with Aerotronics too, But so anyways, I had that, and then like my first taste of it was just when the old SoCal closed down when they were over here. I think it was in it wasn't in Huntington before, but it was over. It's like an LA Fitness now. Anyways, they had just closed down there, and then they went to the new SoCal Raceway, and this is where Hartson grew up. This is where Cavallari was, Cody King, Ryan Kenwald, Frank Root, Greg Hodap, just all those guys. So and I was just
all those dudes are fast, dude.
Yeah, all the fast guys, you know. And Hartson and I, and Hartson won Worlds. I'm very good friends with Stephen Hartson. Me and him started about 6 months apart. It was about 6 months after me. And I was always just and I got hooked. I would stay after, and I'd help my buddy Mike. He used to run the hobby shop in that. I'd help him sweep up, you know, at the track. And we would stay there, and I would sweep the entire facility with sawdust and everything like that. My mom would come pick me up. I'd bring in a wagon with all my stuff. I'd have an air compressor on there and like my dad's two little IBM cases that I would set on each side of me, and my charger would pull out, and I'd plug it in and everything. So I was like all decked out. I'd have a wagon, bring all my stuff in on, and I'd load it into the back of a Honda Civic, and you know, and like those were the days. And so I was always at the track 2-3 times a week, but I was never sponsored or anything like that. I would end up, when I would work in that at the sweeping up, my buddy would give me like free practice, you know, for helping him work and that. And then I ended up like, I would get used tires out of the trash can and stuff like that. And I would always, and not that my parents aren't well off or anything like that, or they didn't support me, because they did, but they also made me like learn the value of $1.
Oh, of course,
you know,
man.
Work. So I would collect cans in that to help fund my hobby, you know, and I'd get a small allowance in that, and then nothing was ever really handed to me.
Got you.
You know, so I'd always work for it, you know, and I'd always hustle and stuff like that, and that kind of carried forward to who I am today.
Yeah, it made you who you are, dude.
Yeah, so it was definitely a blessing with how everything went down, and then ended up SoCal closed down, and then ended up where it was maybe 1 or 2 years, you know, we were going to Pegasus, little different places to race. Then OCRC started up, and this was maybe when I was 16. Then I started to race there, and then my first job was actually at OCRC in the hobby shop. So I still didn't have any sponsors or anything like that. I was always kind of just a local fast kid. I was always fast in stock truck, stock buggy. Those were like my classes. This is with a 27 turn armature, you know, type stuff where we're still cutting our comms and everything. And so I work in a hobby shop. Once I got into the hobby shop, and now I had a job, you know, that's paying money, I was like, you know, and then I was able to get a deal on stuff. I was, as far as, because I worked at the hobby shop, I just started to now have better equipment, everything like that. So that was good. And then I got laid off from there when they had a change of management. And then I worked for Extreme RC Magazine, where they're the ones that had.
I remember that.
You remember they had the girls in there?
Yep.
Yep. So I worked with them, and when I was there, I wasn't even getting paid for like the first 3-4 months. Like at first they had told me like, oh, hey, yeah, we don't, because my buddies were going to the track that were the magazine guys. I'm like, hey, you got an opening. And they were like, well, no, we might here and that. So I talked to the main guy. I'm like, well, what if I were to intern? He's like, well, what does that mean? I'm like, work without pay, you know, until I can get like my foot in the door. Like, yeah, no problem. You know, so I went in there. So my mom would take me, because I didn't have a driver's license yet. This is when I was 16 or 17 still, or something like that. And she would take me to work 3 times a week for like 4 or 5 hours. And then my mom would go to a thrift shop and help out at a thrift shop and just, you know, work there. And I would go and I would work in the back in the warehouse and organize stuff, or I would build cars, you know, for the magazine stuff. And I did that for months. And then they ended up paying me like $10 an hour so they give me like $40 a day when I did get on. And then they're like, oh, so I was starting to go to college and stuff like that. And they're like, well, can you write? And I'm like, I'm a decent writer, but I don't like to write about anything that I'm not really interested in. So RC cars was kind of like up my alley. So I was like, okay, yeah. So I started to do reviews. Reviews ended up paying a little bit more, this and that. So then I was an editor for them, basically, like a contributing editor. And then they were sending me to events. I went to like AMS 2.0, you know, I covered that on my own. They sent me out there. I was going to DNC. You know, I was going to X Fest. So I was going to all these places and traveling around with my buddy Skinny.
I remember Skinny.
You remember Skinny?
Yes.
Yeah.
I met him back in 2004.
Yep. So I just talked to Skinny. I have that electric bike that I have. He's doing that. He's doing that deal now. I'm helping him out with that.
Where is he?
He's in China right now, actually.
Oh man, he was awesome, dude.
Yeah, Brian Skinner. Yeah, he's good shit.
He was a great rider.
Yes, he was. So he's really good dude, and he's doing the whole Maytech electric motorcycle thing now. City Mate electric motorcycle. You can see it on my website or on my. I've been posting about it. He's bringing those in now and everything like that.
Okay, cool.
And so yeah, he was influential, you know, and so ended up having issues. They went under. And I didn't even know it was going to happen. My buddy had just called me up. He's like, "Hey, dude, when you go into Extreme, the lights are all off. All your stuff is still there. You know, like it's done." And I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, it's done." I'm like, "Oh crap!" So, but at that same exact time, was when I was doing an article for MIP on the bypass pistons. So my boss at the time at the magazine had told me, "Hey, man, I got this big, huge, it's like hush hush, you know, type thing, but it needs to be a full page article for MIP. They want to do a full page article on these new pistons that they have, these bypass pistons." I'm like, "Well, these are cool." And I had seen something similar to it from RPM that I was running in my 8 scale. And and I'm like, "Okay, you know," and so I'm like, "Well, you know, let me take a day, let me go down there, let me meet these guys, see how they came up with the whole valve system and everything like that." And he's like, "Okay." So I went down there, and that's when I met Eustace and Brandon. And they were real hush-hush with the company. I went into like this one closed door. They had the shock dyno in there and everything else with how they'd done it and everything. And it used to be where the valves used to be underneath the piston.
Okay.
They were never on top of the piston. So that'll be a later story. But anyway, so I ended up talking with them and this and that, and they ended up like, okay, they gave me some more stuff to go and test, and I was running like on an SC10 two-wheel drive rear motor car. And I was like, "Oh, these things are cool." And so just at about the time, like the article, you know, I'm still writing it, is when the magazine closed down. And then I ended up, I called them up and I said, "Hey guys, I can remember it to this day. I was in college. I was by the library. I was like, "Hey, you know, Brandon," I'm like, "Hey, the magazine, you know, there's going to be I was talking to Eustace. There's not going to be an article, you know, but I'm like, I'm more than happy to write it still for you, and you guys can use it for your social media and stuff like that, you know, wherever." And you know, at that time, he'd say, "Okay, you know, we totally understand." And you know, he's like, "Well, what are you doing? You know, what are you studying in school, this and that?" And I'm like, "Well, I was going out for aviation. I wanted to be a pilot." And ended up where I was like, "Okay," you know, and I was doing business at the time as well. And he's like, "Oh, okay." And he kind of sounded disappointed. So I was like, "Oh crap, you know, that was kind of an interview right there, and I didn't get the job. You know, they're not going to be interested if I'm not in engineering or something like that."
All right.
And basically, like, ended up calling me back another day, and I guess my boss at the time had talked to Eustace, and he said, "Hey, he's like, if you're looking for like someone to work for you guys, I got this kid Matt. He's like, he's pretty special, and he's like, you should look into him if you guys need a customer service guy or anything like that." And he's like, "Okay." So then I talked to Eustace again. He's like, "Why don't you come in, you know, and come in for an interview? We're kind of looking for a customer service guy and guy to write some stuff for us for like our instruction sheets and everything like that." So I went in there and met with them, and I got like the job on the spot. And from there, you know, I was doing customer service for a while for them. Like I said earlier, I ended up I was going to college at the time, and I would end up working my schedule around. So I'd go to school Tuesdays and Thursdays, full-time schedule in college. So I'd take 12 to 16 units to finish my schooling for my 4-year. But as well as I would get it earlier on Thursday. So I'd fly out Thursday night to events.
Okay.
And and fly in. I'd do the event Friday, Saturday, Sunday, fly back Monday, and I'd be back in class on Tuesday.
Gotcha.
So that was like my schedule for a couple years, where I'd be doing that all the time. I'd travel, I'd still work full time. I was able to work on the road because I could do everything from my computer, and it was a really good relationship, and and it worked out, and then when I wasn't flying around somewhere, I was at the office, 2-3 days a week, helping out there. And that's kind of like what my position evolved into, was like promotions manager for MIP. So I would do that, and I was like promotions and marketing. And I'd do everything from doing videos for them to being out there. I would end up talking with hobby shops. I would get old stuff off of the pegs at hobby shops, set them up with new stuff,
Right.
make it look fresh, kind of like stuff you'd see at Walmart,
Okay.
where the Pepsi guy comes in,
Right. I got that.
type of thing. And I'd sticker it all up and make sure that all of our stuff was looking good. And then, as well as I would go out there with like my buddy Rudy Rico, one of my best friends, and he would go out there kind of a hot shot, and we'd kill it with like the puck systems, and we'd race like stock and super stock and stuff, and because we have the puck systems and the lightweight goodies and everything like that. And so we'd go out to all these different places, and me and him would kill it, and as well as like the 4x4 performance package for the short course when short course was hot. Like, I would go up against like Dustin Evans with it. Me and him had good battles. Me and JR Mitch and Brian Kenwald, rest in peace.
Yep.
And just a whole bunch of Fuller, Max Fuller, some of the main guys, and like I was kind of making a name for myself within 4x4 short course, because I was like taking a lot of these guys on and being up there in speed with them. So that was one of our main projects and stuff like that. And Eustace and I would travel around, so it was kind of like this whole thing, as well as it was helping promote the company. We're out there helping out hobby shops. I'm bringing in new ideas, like, hey, this car could really use this, because this is what I've seen at this event, and this is right in our wheelhouse, and/or like helping out customers understand the product, So I was really one of the main faces of MIP, other than Eustace, as far as for the newer generation, I had become that for the company. So and it's just built over time. So, but it's been a ride, man. And then it slowly transferred into me doing mod, and it's been a good time.
Yeah,
I'm really enjoying it.
How long did you well, I have a few questions about your time at MIP.
Yeah.
How was it how is it working alongside of Eustace?
Eustace
He's a smart guy.
Is he's a genius. That's the best way to describe it.
Mm-hmm.
He's a very, very smart guy, very smart businessman. He thinks outside the box on a lot of different things, and we complement each other.
Okay.
I would say definitely at some points, like, because Eustace sometimes isn't super out there, like
outgoing,
sociable these days. Eustace is a very outgoing person, but he's not out there in the view anymore. Right,
I get that.
He's more behind the scenes, as well as he's become more of a mentor to me, over the years, and kind of guiding with some of the stuff I'm doing with mod. But with Eustace, like, he thinks very outside the box, and me and him, like, it's almost like a yin and yang type of relationship. Like, we complement each other really well. We finish each other's sentences sometimes. We think very alike on stuff, as well as have differentiating opinions on stuff. So it's a good relationship, that you have when you have that checks and balances, I would say, for what goes on within the company, as well as another facet of that is Brandon. Brandon is our head engineer, and he's almost like another Eustace. Okay. Brandon worked for Gil Los. A lot of people don't know Brandon on the outside, but on the inside, he's Eustace's right-hand man as well. He can program everything. He knows he can draw everything. he was an accomplished racer back in the day, and like stock truck back with like Gil Losi and Hodap and all those guys. He grew up within that. He used to work for the Losis back in the day. He was roommates with Gil Losi Jr.'s brother, so he's grown up within the hobby as well. So
Gotcha.
It's kind of like the three of us have been like the three musketeers within MIP with how the company has been imagined, as well as the products that have come out within it, has been kind of over at least the last 7-8 years has been us three kind of brainstorming, talking about what's going on, and then designing, making it happen. And then I go out there, and show it to the people and show it to the world on what it can do on the racing side. So it's been a really good combination over the years.
Yeah, I get that. I kind of have that kind of relationship myself with Joseph. He's definitely, you know what? A lot of people don't believe this, but Joseph actually wants to be in the background just designing. But he kind of had to do it all on his own. So he tells me all the time, I just want to be like Kanai and just sit back and design cars and test and do that. But Joseph's so outspoken and whatnot. But I'm kind of like I'm the diplomatic side of Joseph that he doesn't have. So it's funny you say that, because he's probably very similar to, like, he's super smart, really super smart and stuff like that. But he really says to me all the time, I just want to be like Kanai and just be in the background. So I get that. I understand that. And I'm more like, I'm more like you, outgoing. Like I talk to everybody and whatnot. So good stuff. I know, like, your story is very similar to how I got started. Just you did it over many years. I did it over the last 2 years. 2 years. So good stuff. Good stuff. All right. So now we're transitioning from MIP to MOD, which is your new mod, Matt Olsen Designs. I like your hats. I got to buy me a hat. Send me a link. I'll buy one from you because I like them. If you have some 3X shirts, I'll buy them from you too.
I got them too.
All right. Let's talk about your decision to focus on 5th scale, because that's your main focus now.
Yeah, 5th scale. I'm definitely still into 10 scale and into crawling, because within this sport, within this hobby, you have to kind of be everywhere.
Multitask.
But yeah, for very much so. For the last, I would say, several years now, I have been heavily involved. And then over the last year, I have been, I have been, solely involved in 5th scale. And,
you're the guy, dude.
And trying to help. What's that?
You are the guy. Like, you're the man. Like, I mean, when it comes to 5th scale, I think of you. I know there's more people. Like, I have a buddy. His name Connie Svensson. He's from Sweden, and he talks super highly of you. And he races 5th scale.
Connie.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he's like, you got to have Matt Olsen on the podcast, because we've been talking. And like, when it comes to 5th scale, I see you. Like, I just see you. I know there's some fast European guys like Pekko. He's from Finland. He drives a JQ car. He's really good in buggy and whatnot. But I mean, you have single-handedly grown. You have single-handedly, in my opinion, taken 5th scale from the dead and made it to what, and you're still growing, and making it what it is right now in America, anyway.
Yeah, as far as North, and a lot of people are saying that, hey, Matt, you're like exactly what you're saying. You're growing it yourself, this and that. If you quit, 5th scale's gonna die. I don't like to think of myself that way. Maybe that's what is happening, but I don't like to think of myself that way, that I'm like the main guy. But I am probably just looking from the outside in and what's going on. I'm probably one of the more visible people as far as like you being able to use my platform. I've been around all states of the industry, as well as I know probably mostly everybody within the industry and how stuff has been run, and really how to bring it to that next level. And that's what I'm trying to do for 5th scale. Like you had mentioned, because it was dying there. All of maybe a year and a half ago, and even over probably the last 2 years, we've been it was decreasing tremendously, where people were getting rid of their rigs. There was no places to run. There was really no racing going on. It was pretty dead, and for me, I just couldn't let that happen. So I ended up taking over the entire fifth scale line from MIP when they were discontinuing the line. And I talked to Eustace and everything, and he was like, if you can make a go of it, Matt, it's yours. So ended up where that's what basically happened. Mod became its own entity besides MIP, almost like a sister company to MIP, like a racing company. As they started to decrease on that front a little bit, and ended up MOD took life, and I've been improving on the products and coming out with new stuff because people wanted that. And then what ended up happening is we went from like 0 tracks to like 6 tracks, and people were having all of their little events that were like 1-day event. Maybe once a year they would have their big 2-day event. But I was seeing this, and we would, all of us that are in fifth scale, not only are the cars bigger, but all the equipment that you have to have is bigger. It's very hard to take on, your Honda Civic with a fifth scale, and you have your generator, you've got your tent, you've got your parts, you've got, everything else, and you need to go for 2-3 days or something like that, or, you got to travel all this way, so because of that, a lot of fifth scale guys have campers. We've got trailers, and the state of gas prices these days, we'd be pulling all our stuff out there, get there really late on Fridays, we'd race one day, pull back, and it's like, well, I just spent $600 today in gas and race entry fees and parts and everything else. That was fun. And there's a time and place for that, but that's all that we really had. That was going on. We were doing little meets and stuff like that, and I had talked to a couple of the track owners, and all of them are my buddies, and I said, hey, it'd be really cool if we got like a freeway series together or a series going. And they're like, yeah, cool, that sounds good, that would be cool. But it's one of those things where, like, they were all saying it was a good idea, but nobody was doing anything, or there was no entity to bring everybody together. So that's how the Mod TLR Fifth Scale Championships got born. One of my main buddies, Chris Higa, he's the project manager for TLR, and he's been a very good friend of mine. And I kind of mentioned the idea. He thought it was a good idea too. And I kind of mentioned, well, what if we have TLR as kind of one of the main sponsors? Because TLR and Horizon are a big part of why we even have Fifth Scale.
Exactly.
It'd be good to have the main company, on board. So they're on board. But what I did is I ended up, I've gone to every event, in North America, realistically, in 10 scale, 8 scale, 5th scale. And I've always competed in them, but I've never ended up hosting an event. I've never done that. So I had to learn everything. I went and got all my own equipment. I have my own, PA system, my own MyLapse reader, my own computer, my own lifetime program, my own live streaming for the live events. I thought it was huge to have live RC on board and to live stream these events so that the masses, around the world could see what we're trying to do, and have it also streamed on Facebook, to get more eyeballs, and really bring this whole series thing from where we had it, where it was like a 1-day events that kind of like was the norm, to now us doing like more mega events. And now it's a series where we're traveling to all of them. So it kind of gets guys to say, oh, okay, I'll now start to attend all these because now I'm getting points for it, as well as now we're drawing in people within, an 8, 10, and sometimes 24-hour radius. We've had guys travel in from Wisconsin, from Texas, from Canada, just to come to these little 2-3 day events. And a lot of these guys have said, hey, we wouldn't have come down if it wasn't a longer event, because a 1-day event's just not worth it for us. And we're able to bring our rigs out there. We're able to camp. It's like a full compound there, with guys with toter homes and all sorts of stuff. And just really enjoying the nightlife. They're able to work on their cars. It gives them more time where they can learn setup. It gives them time where they can talk to me and spitball and see what they need for their cars. And rather than just like going out there running 15 minutes, 15 to 30 minutes with their cars, breaking down, and then now having to drive home, wicked late at night, spending all that money, and they got 1 day's worth of racing, but now they're getting 2-3 days worth of racing. You get the camping aspect of there. You're getting the camaraderie. You're getting the full event atmosphere. You're getting everybody traveling from a lot of different places. You're getting the points. So now it's not just based on one event. And if you had a bad time, you get 2 throwouts, out of the 6. And there's full live on that. I'm sorry for my rant here.
No worries, man. This is your platform. I'm here to listen to you.
Basically, I'm trying to do updated videos on like, okay, here's the track. This is what it looks like. This is what I did to my cars throughout the event. This is an overview of everything. Here's my setups. I'm helping guys out at the event. I'm setting up at the event. I try the track out before the event with my vehicles, making sure that all the turns are correct, making sure that the lines are correct. And I'm out there with my buddy Jason or my buddy David, and we're reworking the track if need be. Because usually the deal is that the track owners will provide the track and the water and everything else. But if we get there and stuff isn't up to par, and not to their avail, that they've done their best. But if I want it that much more, we're making it happen. Yeah. So we go out there with hammers and spikes and moving pipes and, could this be better, and go through the sections. So the racing is on par, and that the racers love the track as well as love the atmosphere that it's bringing, of the camaraderie that Fifth Scale has, as well as the closeness of the Fifth Scale family, because it is probably the most enjoyable you'll have driving an RC car, but as well as the best time that you'll have in an event, because everything is so kicked back. And something that almost I felt when I was a kid, when I was first starting RC cars and starting to race, rather than almost sometimes what it kind of feels like now, where it's basically you have to either be somebody, or you're on the outskirts, or you have to perform, and or there's like, I need to get sponsored.
Oh, I know.
And it's kind of gotten like that definitely in 10 scale. I would say somewhat in 8 scale as well.
8 scale too, dude. It's my pet peeve.
It really has happened in both, and 5th scale. It's the thing is with, and I understand why. That's a whole different topic of why the sponsorship things are kind of getting out of control. But with 5th scale, it's a totally different vibe. It's where it feels like you're going out motorcycle riding with your buddies, and you have a little bit of competition mixed in, and you're enjoying your hobby, your sport, whatever you want to call it, and you're out there, and we're cooking, we're drinking a couple beers,
that's what I'm talking about.
We're enjoying ourselves, nothing crazy, nothing gets out of hand, that wouldn't fly, but really enjoying ourselves. And we have the full on, we got music playing out there, we got campfires, everybody stays at the track, and we're with some of my race events that I've been doing. I think it's a huge thing. Like, I've been to some of these events, and I've had one time that kind of comes to mind where I was at an event, and with the battery regulations and everything else going down, and something came up where you'd be disqualified if your battery was a little bit over voltage and you can't run it out, automatic disqualification for that round, and ended up where my charger was set wrong and I was 0.01 over or something, and basically like, oh, you're DQ'd. and you have like a best 2 out of 3 quals.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I haven't been running for a long time, this and that out there, and this is a big event, you know, and kind of that takes your wind out of your sails, you know.
Yep.
Spending all this money to be out there, you want to have fun, and you're like, really? Like that's what happens? Like we've gotten this serious, you know, where you know, it's come to that point. And for me, you know, when I'm running my events, it's totally on the opposite end of it. Like luckily on one hand, you know, we're a bit smaller, but on another hand, we're also able to add more value.
Yes.
So I have had guys where, like, let's say they break down during their warm-up heats. You know, let's say they shear off a knuckle or something like that,
right.
And I see it, or I see them rushing, and sometimes it has to be brought to my attention. But I've got my eyes on everything, so it's smaller. And I'm like, hey, dude, and I go and I tell the announcer, hey, move them to the next run.
Right,
you know,
you can.
Yeah,
smaller.
You have 5-6 minutes, dude. Get your stuff ready. You know, we're gonna move you to the next run.
We have too much entries at these races, dude. I'm gonna be straight up with you.
Yeah, and I know they appreciate that kind of thing, because I would appreciate it, because these guys spend, and everybody does. Anybody that's in RC, I don't care what you do, 10 scale, 5th scale, 8th scale, on road. If you're in this hobby, you're spending money.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you're taking time out of your weekend, and you're preparing for this event days before, and you're traveling there, and you're spending your hard-earned money there. You want to have fun. You want to enjoy driving. And that's one big thing for me is you know, I want these guys to enjoy driving and enjoy their cars. And same thing with main events. We'll wait sometimes, you know, we'll wait 5-10 minutes. There'll be 2-3 guys that jump off the driver's stand to go and help a guy get their rig back up and running. Or what parts do you need? You know, and besides catastrophic failure of you seized your piston in your motor or something like that, we're usually able to get people up and running again.
Yeah.
So, and we'll wait, and I'll tell the announcer, hey, like, we gotta wait.
Yeah.
Give us time. You know, and everybody's pretty chill about it. And the thing is that's what I'm trying to bring to the table is where people are having fun and where they're really enjoying it, and we're a lot more lax with the rules and stuff like that. And we're doing this for everybody. It could be it's anybody. You know, not because you're like my best buddy or something. No, we do it for everyone that's out there and everything like that, because everybody's special, you know, of our racers in our family that we have in 5th scale, you know, and we want everybody having a good time and for them to enjoy themselves, you know, and for them to enjoy the racing that we have, because, you know, this whole hobby and sport and everything, it's a culmination of, you know, people from all sorts of different backgrounds, and you know, to have all these people come together in one weekend to enjoy this, you know, with all of us, you know, something special in my book.
Yeah, the one common denominator is RC. It's you touched on something that's one of my biggest pet peeves at races, and when it's those guys sitting on the outskirts trying to fit in, and they just look so miserable, and I'm like, why don't you just go have, like, why don't you, like, that's why, like, with my motto is JQ Racing, be a part of a team, not just a number. Man, I try to fit anybody that's running, when we go to these races, if we're going to have the van there, we're going to have tents, I try to fit everybody in there who can be, because I want to have fun. I want these guys to spend time talking to them online. I want to have fun with them, drink some beer, have a good time. I mean, at P&B here earlier this year, we had eight gazebos set up in there, 8 tents set up. We had 30 plus guys. We didn't even have enough room. It was inside, but guys just wanted to be in the pits. We didn't have enough room. People were spilling on the outsides, and we didn't even have all of our guys there. And I was upset. So I get it, man. And I think when we go to these races, people don't get that, and they just taking it too serious, and they want to fit in, and they want to have. I'm trying to impress this person, and man, we're at the race and have fun. Do that.
Exactly.
That comes first.
And that's the thing is having fun. enjoying what we're doing, not getting frustrated, and teaching the next guy, if you can, a setup tip or helping them out, with improving, and that's what I'm trying to do, and bring everybody in and make sure I go around to all the pits, and thank them for being there, and, do they need any help with anything or anything like that. And I think we're definitely building it. The first two events that I had were bigger than the Silver State ones that we had by 20 entries or something like that. Like I'm reaching almost 100 entries, which is pretty good for fifth scale. And that was the first two events, and the last event we had in Antioch was a little bit lighter, but there was a bunch of new faces that came there, and everybody still had a really good time. So it was a major success, and it was on Memorial Day weekend. I might think on doing another date than Memorial Day weekend next year,
because people have to do things.
Yeah, exactly. And I thought it was a whole different reason of why I did it. But the main thing is that trying to bring everybody in from all around to do this, and I might try and I've been spitballing it. I might try and do an East Coast and a West Coast thing. Come 2020.
That's actually a question I have for you for later, but we're gonna touch on that.
Yes.
My next question is fifth, like in Europe, fifth scale's big. On-road, they have on-road Euros. They have a fifth scale off-road Euros. Last year, they actually, shameless plug, they actually had the off-road Euros at Fehring, Austria, where RCGP is going to be this weekend coming. Shameless plug. It's bigger in Europe by far, correct?
Maybe the competition is bigger, but okay. I would say as far as the number of cars, I would almost have to disagree, because there's no bashing in
Europe. No,
in Europe. They're all little sanctioned events. Nobody has places where they can practice. From what I know about, I may be wrong, but from what I've seen, that's what it is. But they take it like it's a full-on sport there. It's full-on like NASCAR for them.
Oh yeah,
NASCAR and F1 and rules and EFRA and full-on everything, and full teams and it's just different than what the U.S. is like. Yes. We have different style tracks. It's just it's different. I don't know how else to explain it.
Yeah, they have a like you don't have a fifth. Raw doesn't have a fifth scale. Raw has a fifth scale on-road nationals, correct?
I do believe so. Yes.
Yeah. So why there's got to be coming up a fifth scale off-road nationals. It's growing. It's gotta be. Has to be, because Canada comes on a Raw too. So we do have events called the Nationals, but they're not like a sanctioned event, right?
To the best of my knowledge,
right? Raw is like I can go on a whole tirade about Raw for 30 minutes, but I know they have an on-road Nationals because I remember watching that back in the day. I just don't understand why there isn't a fifth scale. Oh, it's growing. That's why. But it's big in Canada too.
Yeah, there's a good group of guys up in Canada. We usually go to I've been up there several times on 3-year champ in truck, and they got Walton Raceway, but they only race there a couple times a year, because the thing is like what's really crappy about the thing for fifth scale is that you have to be outdoors, and half of the country shuts down during the winter time. So that's why everybody goes indoors to race like 10 scale or something like that. And then, or the half of the continent, and then the other half, when people want to be outdoors and everything, they're doing other stuff. They're going on family trips, or they're motorcycle riding, or they're doing different stuff. But that's part of the reason why some people do fifth scale, but they don't have year-round fifth scale events like we do here on the West Coast.
Oh yeah, well the West Coast is always that's why
the Mecca,
Yeah, that's why the best guys come out of there, because they can race all year round.
Yeah. And they do.
I just feel like in Europe, talking to Connie, just been watching myself, like talking to Max, who's good friends with Pecco, who's like I think it's the 2-wheel drive champion or whatever. I'm not sure. I don't really think I would like to drive a 2-wheel drive 5th scale car. And we talked about it earlier. He was talking about difference in the cars and whatnot, the European cars and whatnot. I guess just even I see it even in just the whole organization of the European races. It's just a different level, and I don't know.
It is, and they're at just a different status of where the hobby is and where the sport is within their own arena, and that's all there is to it. It's just different. It's run differently, and that's fine. And we're just trying to right now. The main thing is just getting more people into 5th scale out here in North America, and just making sure it's fun and we're enjoying it, and not bringing, I would say some of the stuff that plagues maybe some of the other scales, into the equation, because right now the equation's pretty sound, and and everybody's enjoying it, and as long as we can keep how I see it, as long as we can keep it fun and we can keep growing it, it's going to thrive for years to come.
Yeah, man. I mean, you're definitely doing the work, and that was one. You're definitely doing the work, dude. Trust me. I've been wondering why it isn't popular on the East Coast, and I think you kind of answered it, because the East Coast does suffer from the same thing that probably Canada. Well, obviously Florida. Well, the East Coast has that winter, and that's when kind of 8 scale kind of dies down, and 5th scale dies down, and I just don't see 5th scale popular on the East Coast. Is there any pockets like outside?
There are pockets of them. There's a track at Discount Hobbies. I think it's called Cheese City RC Discount Hobbies of North America. It's a tongue twister of a name, but they have a track out there. They've got one at Horizon's main facility for Champaign. They've got a Eli Field, I think it's called. They have events out there. I know that my buddy Keith, he's going to be opening up a track out on the East Coast. I forget exactly what state it is. It's like Massachusetts or something. I forget, Maine or something like that. I don't know. It's on the East Coast. And I think there was a track at one time in Florida. There was one in Ohio. So there's Indiana. So there's places that are around that have pockets of them, and they do sometimes. What was big out there for a while was dirt oval, 5th scale. So they were doing that for a hot second, and also large scale RC used to be out there, and they're a big distributor there. And then also in Canada, they have 1 or 2 tracks up there. So it's just one of those things where these people get into it, and you just have to keep them energized and having fun and stuff like that. And I think that's the main hurdle that we have to overcome, is just having places to run. Because I talk to 5th scale guys almost every day, and they're always like, well, where do I run? What events are going on? What's going on? So I have like on my main website, modspeedshop.com, shameless plug. If people go to modspeedshop.com, they can go on the calendar section, and I have a full list of all the events going on that I know about within the continental, within North America. So I've got all the dates, the addresses, the times, everything like that, so guys can see if they'd like to go to any of them, instead of just trying to find like this Facebook event page that pops up once on their Facebook stream, but actually somewhere's house. And I've been wanting to do that for 10 scale and 8 scale too, because I think, on the side note, that we're missing that calendar, for these events that are going on, not just in your local area, but all around the country. Because right now, all that I see is like people post on Facebook that they're having an event, and if you don't see that, or you're not clicked into what's going on, or you don't even know that place exists, how are you going to find it? Or how are you going to know that this is going on, of like, oh, I didn't even know I had an event 3 hours away from me. I would have gone to that.
Yeah, of course.
So So I think that's one place that I'm going to try and improve upon that in the future. I'm just so busy. But
Yeah.
I have done that for fifth scale where guys can use that calendar as their main, map to schedule where they're going to go and what places for around the year. So,
All right, good stuff. Good stuff. Now I want to get into this, which is probably the one track that has piqued my interest the most, and it's like, oh, I think it's so awesome. The fifth scale Canadian Nats. I'm not sure. It's in is it in Alberta? I think
it's in Walton.
Okay, what
It's in Walton, Canada. It's on the east coast of Canada.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry, Canada. I said Alberta. I know how Canada is.
Ontario, I believe the province is.
Ontario. What's this all about? That track. I mean, like that.
Yeah, it's
wow.
massive. I would say it's the biggest RC track in the world.
I think you can race. I think you can race real full scale vehicles on that track.
Not so much. Maybe one car.
Dude, that stuff goes downhill around the like.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. If guys go on YouTube and they search like Canadian fifth scale nationals, K-pop does some good videos. I think it's something Monkey RC. But if you go to K-pop, he's got some good videos of the fifth scale nationals, and I'll be on there. And they got some good racing and stuff like that. So what it is Walton. It's Walton Motocross Track is where it's held. They hold like national events for like motocross and stuff like that. That track is actually a 50s track. I think normally during the year, and then they made it into a fifth scale track. But all throughout there, when we're camping out there, there's guys racing motorcycles and everything like that on the other track that's out there. But it's super fun. Like the event's really cool. All the Canadian guys are super fun and friendly, as well as we're camping out there all weekend. I need to start actually making my plans to get up there in August. But no, it's legit, man. You stand on almost like two Connex boxes. You're looking down.
It's awesome.
And the track is massive. It's absolutely massive. You're putting, 2062. These are like Mod 1 gears or something like that out there, and you're just ripping. And it's a ton of fun. Big jumps, big air,
and
big
speed.
Fun.
Yeah,
all together, it's just
elevation is like people talk about elevation. Like Thunder Alley's got a lot of elevation, or like that. But this has like huge. It's like
you go down into a huge bowl turn and. It's gnarly and it's way out there, So it's literally the biggest RC track in the world. There's not one bigger. I would put it up against anything.
I want to go there so bad. Like I can taste it.
Yeah, it's a ton of fun. It's a lot of fun.
How do you get your vehicles there? Do you drive there or do you fly?
Well, I sometimes partially of both, but so I need to do a video on this as well. Another one of my things I need to do.
Yeah, traveling with fifth scale.
Traveling with fifth scale. So for guys that do it, and wherever you're going, the main thing is that you have to take your engines and your tanks out of your car. So you cannot, anything that has petrol or gasoline that was in it, the TSA or anywhere, once they sniff it or what have you, and they look at it in there and it's an engine, and it's had gas run through it, they'll either yank your car or it's not going. So you have to take the tanks and the engine out and then ship them ahead of time to the destination of where you're going to be at. And then I put my cars, I have special military loadout bags I have, or you can get like a hockey bag, like a goalie hockey bag, and load them up in there and get them on the plane. And as long as it doesn't look too big, it'll go as a normal checked item.
Yeah.
And you can get the cars out there and everything like that. But definitely tanks and engines have to come out ahead of time.
You
have to ship those.
Yeah, because the gasoline smells so strong. Like nitro, you can get away with it.
The thing is too is nitro looks like doesn't look like anything else that these guys really know about. They look like toys.
Yep.
You know, but they look at this big thing, and still it's a big toy. You know, but
it's not
you know
toys.
they know it's an engine.
It's not toys, Matthew.
Start on it.
They're not toys. Scale Motorsports. Scale Motorsports.
They don't know it's Scale Motorsports, but when you go to TSA,
oh, I know.
Toy cars.
Oh yes, of course. But
when they ask you, they're like, "Oh, hey, what do you have in those bags?" "Oh, just like some toy cars."
Yeah.
They're like, "Well, what are you talking about?" "Oh, it's just like stuff I run on a track." Because if you say anything other than like toy cars, you say RC cars, or you say Scale Motorsports, or you say this transmitter can transmit up to a mile, they're gonna be like, "What?"
You know what? I've traveled all around South America. I traveled many times to USA. I didn't even travel with cars now. I just tell them, like, what are you doing? I said, I'm going to a radio control car race, and end up talking to the guys, and they're like, oh, that's cool. I saw some YouTube videos. But it's all good. I think if I was to get into fifth scale, I would definitely probably have to have a motor and gas tank in America, because I travel from, obviously I'm in DR. If I ever do get race fifth scale and do it seriously, I'll have my car here where I practice and have fun. But I probably have to have a motor and tank with somebody in America that can ship it to whatever race I go to, because shipping out of here is just too expensive. But yeah, I can see that.
If you really wanted to get away with it, you could have a new tank with you and or clean your tank out really good. Like I'm saying, Simple Green, full on Febreze, everything. I've done it before. It's not like I haven't, but. And then with the engine, you have to take the clutch off, the carburetor, the pipe, the back housing,
strip
the
engine. Yeah, that's all you do.
You strip the thing so that it looks like just a hole, and it's unrecognizable to the naked eye of what it actually is. Because then you're okay. But if you have it all sitting inside of your car and it's all built in there with the pipe and everything and looking like it does, there's a potential problem of TSA yanking it. And I called up the head general manager of TSA at when I was first figuring out how to travel with these things. I called up the main guy and I had a meeting with him, and they're like, if it's something brand new in a box, it's okay. If it's had gas in it, it's up to the TSA agent. If not, it's up to the pilot. And if they don't clear it, it's not going on, or it gets yanked. And I don't want to, these engines can be $1,000 engine. I don't want, and it's event ending. I don't care if somebody confiscates my stuff after flying home. But when I'm on a time crunch and I have, my engine that I've had for, this whole time and broken in and everything ready to go, and that thing gets yanked and I don't have another one, the whole event is over. Your weekend's over.
You're screwed.
I'd rather ship all my stuff of the unessentials that I don't need, and have it ready, and it gets shipped and it's $30-$40 on FedEx, and get it there, a week ahead of time, and then I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. Shameless plug. Get Lefty to the fifth scale Canadian Nationals. Please, I want to come up there and hang with the Canadians. I don't even want to race. I just want to talk, drink beer, because Canadian beer is strong, and talk about fifth scale racing. Please get me there. I'm just saying, I want to go. It's like my bucket list race. One day.
It is a ton of fun, man.
It is, man. Go on YouTube and search fifth scale Canadian Nationals. I guarantee you'll be like, wow. I guarantee you. All right, I know. All right, lead into my next question. Mark Souza, who I'm definitely going to get on this podcast because he's young, he's fast, he's the second fastest Canadian, because obviously Ty Tessman is. I talked to him at DNC, nice kid, him and his dad. He races fifth scale. I don't think he races a lot, but he definitely goes to this race that we're talking about. I would say he's your biggest competition in North America, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely. Mark Sousa is very, very fast. Mark he's a hired gun. So which is the best way to put it. He doesn't have fifth skills per se.
But he's been to Europe too, I believe, as well.
MCD Cardinal Racing sponsors him as a driver, and they provide the vehicles for him to race and to do that. So he's part of MCD's team. I don't know if he has fifth scales himself, or he doesn't do any other real races unless he's sent to him by MCD.
Okay, yeah, he's a good kid. Yeah. He's a good kid. He's
a very good kid. He's very fast, and me and him have awesome battles.
He's pushing, dude. He's putting in the work.
He's pushing big time. He's got a lot of talent. X-ray, he's putting in the time, the effort. His family's backing him. He's got a good program. It looks like X-ray's backing him. He's a good kid, and he's got a lot of talent. So I definitely have fun battling with him, and his MCD cars are definitely fast. He's of that caliber for sure.
Good stuff. Okay, I have this question. Okay, I think let's talk about prices or cost.
Okay.
How is the cost comparison to 8-scale nitro startup? And I'll use 8-scale nitro because that's what I do.
Yeah. The best way to put it is if you get, you can get an RTR rig. They have the new 2.0 Losi RTR, and they really only sell them as RTRs except for the buggy. So but the truck's the bigger class, and I wish they had a buggy RTR in my own personal opinion, because I think that gets for the clientele that this is in, and it's so different than any other scale. I think that somebody needs almost like an RTR so that they can build it up from there. Mm-hmm. But anyways, you can get a car for around $1,300 or $1,400 and this comes with an engine, servos, everything except for, I believe, a radio and a receiver.
Okay.
And a battery. So you can get the rest of that, plug and go. Mix some gas and burn.
Now, is that race? Can you race with that? To
an
extent.
I know. Actually, three guys out there this last weekend. They all got them and they practiced with them. They had the stock engines. I got them hooked up with a little bit better carburetor and an air filter. I think is all that they did in my clutch, the mod clutch.
Right.
And they went 1, 2, and 3 in the expert class.
Really, that's pretty impressive.
Yep. And they had the piston port stock Sanoa engines in there, so it's stock servos.
What CC is the stock engine, the Sanoa?
32 cc's.
Okay, because I come from back in Bermuda. I used to race boats, and I did some. Well, we didn't really have a track, but we had some on-road 5th scale, and that was back in the 24, 26 cc Sanoas. And then, in boats, we would get the 26, and then we get the 35 cc quick draws and whatnot like that, but all liquid cooled and whatnot. So I am familiar with the weed eater and with the gasoline weed eater engines, as they call them. And so the RTR comes with a 32 cc. They used to come with a 29 before, correct?
Yes, they did. Correct.
Okay. So they're so heavy. 32 cc makes a big difference. Obviously. Okay, so
it's a more reliable engine. The 32s are more reliable. There's a NOAA base. I think the other one's for CY.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And it was like a dynamite engine or something like that, and it was a little bit crappier. There was the steering rack change they did. There was some stuff with the chassis and drivetrain stuff that they changed. You got a little bit more updated shocks. It was a good upgrade from the 1.0 truck to the 2.0, and it's a more well-rounded vehicle out of the box than what the old one was.
Okay.
But you can still, fifth scales are very upgradable, kind of almost like the crawler community,
right?
Where there's two crawler that's the same. Yes. There's really no two fifth scale that's the same. The base is always the same, but there's guys that always fifth scale's all about tinkering.
Yes, tinker. That's what we've lost in. That's what we've lost in 10 scale and 8 scale. Tinkering.
Yeah, you'll see a lot in what you said. 10 scale and 8 scale, they'll all be the same cars. They'll all look the same. They all have the same setup. They all have the same stuff on them. Fifth scale is very different.
Yeah.
Everybody has this little thing that they're trying, or this little, a little doodad here and there, different servos or a different setup or a different body, so it's highly customizable. As far as the costs of it going further, of course, like once you really get into it, you're going to probably upgrade the engine. You're probably going to upgrade the servos. You're going to get aluminum housings here and there. You're going to get limit straps. Might get shocks. You might get clutch. And it's a progression thing. The best way that I explain it to people is that 1/5 scale costs about 2 8 scales. That's the best way to put it. If you keep 2 8 scales running, that's what 1/5 scale is going to cost you.
All right. So, and that sounds about right. How about, all right, because one of my good buddies is JQ driver, Matt Harrison. What's up, Matt? How are you? He races out of Santa Barbara. You've probably talked to him a bit. He just bought a 5th scale, and I'm freaking out over it. And I actually think you should try and, look, dude, if you can get to Santa Barbara, that track's badass. Go there, put on a race, please. It's so awesome. If you can get it done. And he's showing me everything that he's getting and whatnot. And I get it. It's like anything else. You have to spend money to have good stuff. Good servos, a pipe. You can get a better engine, stuff like that. So 2 8 scales. Tires, okay, I know tires. I think tires and rims are what? Quote me if I'm wrong, $250.
They can be, but what's really nice about it is that the rims and the foams are reusable. So they're all bolt together. So I'll maybe go through a set of tires, and a set of tires, as far as the rubber, will cost you about anywhere from $50 to $70 for a set.
Okay, that's not bad. That's just.
And I'll go through one set, maybe in a weekend, and then that set will become my practice and qualifying set for the next outing. So and then I'll put on a new set usually for the mains, and then that will become. I just transfer them, and then I'll just reuse the rims and the foams. I'll just unbolt and rebolt.
So it's like old school RC. Yeah, old school RC. Old school RC and 8 scale. Use crime fighters. You use the crime fighters, race on the weekend, and then you use them for practice tires and put new ones on for the next race.
It's exactly the same deal. And then as well as we don't sauce, we don't really modify the tires. We run them, they run down. You put on new ones. Yeah. And that's realistically all there is to it. And it's real tracks. We don't. Other than watering the track, we don't blow the track off. We don't sweep it. There's no track maintenance as far as that. We repair pipe. We let the track gain its own character. Besides a safety thing that needs to be done for the marshals, if anything, there's nothing that we do to the track that's going to change its character throughout its run. And all we do is we keep dust down and we keep water on the track so that tires don't wear out very, very fast.
Okay. I know
it's really not that bad.
Yeah. And that's what I like, because I think they can, you don't need to, I mean, yes, you probably have to have a couple of sets of tires, I guess, but you don't need 10 sets of tires. And
no.
And there's 10.
And there's one compound realistically, and there's like one tread pattern. There's not, I think it's, for these tire companies, I'm friends with all of them, but man, it seems like there's a new flavor of the month, and 4 different compounds, and for me, like I'll do some 10 scale stuff, but it even seems like an 8 scale, with the different everything, that there's like 3 or 4 different compounds with like 7 or 8 different tread patterns,
Yeah, I know, dude.
That's crazy. And then different compounds for the foams.
Oh, I know. I know.
Rims. It's nuts.
I know. We had this discussion. We had this on our rant on the last podcast. Servos are expensive. I know that, but I mean, do they break? I'm just asking questions because I don't know. I know servos are expensive, but they seem to last a long time, I would say.
Yeah, there's like I use the High-Techs personally. I have a big High-Tech, and you'll hear about that one. It's like a $400 servo.
Yes.
The main steering one, it's the big silver one, but it's got 1,500 ounces of torque, and it runs on 4S.
Oh.
we end up going in there and I end up modifying those to even last longer.
Really?
That's like the pinnacle of everything. But if you go like dual servo setup, I've never done that because I've always liked the big high tech. But if you do the dual servo setup, you can get 2 high techs and they're only about $100 a pop.
Right.
Then you have the servo tray and that's like another $200, and then you have your throttle servo that's like $100. And then the companies like high tech, they'll stand behind their product. They'll replace stuff.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I mean, it's no different, dude. I paid like I have some KO Pro servers that I paid $200 for. I mean, they've lasted a long time. They're my backup servers now, so it isn't.
I've been on my high tech for the last year and a half. With zero issues. With the mod on it, we modify the cases at MIP.
How about clutches and whatnot like that?
Clutches, I have guys that go on our clutches, the mod MIP 54 millimeter racing clutch that we have. I have guys that are on 2 years with the clutch.
No way. That's impressive. That's impressive.
They're fully rebuildable.
No, that's awesome.
So you just replace the shoes and the springs and the plate. I think it's like $60 or $80.
No, that's good.
For a clutch rebuild. So I'll replace mine every year. Just because I'm going through a fresh build.
Every year?
Yeah. I have guys telling me, "Oh man, I'm on 2 years with your clutch, Matt. Everything's feeling good." Yeah, I'm like, "Okay, you might need to replace it soon."
Wow.
Yeah. So I'll go, and as much as I run, I'll keep running it. You'll replace almost like every time I go through a bell, I'll usually change shoes because they start to score the bell.
Yes.
But
that's still impressive. A year.
You'll go clutch bearings. Like honestly, like once you get through the nitty gritty of it, and you get yourself a good engine, good air filter, good clutch, good shocks on there and pistons, and you keep skids on the car so you don't go through chassis. It's not that bad. It really isn't. It's the learning curve that's bad. Right. So I'm trying to bring that about, and when I go to these events, get the guys the good stuff that I've dealt with over the years. And that's what I do is when I'm at these events, I'm helping everybody. Not only am I helping run the event, at least at the Mod TLR series, but as well as when I go to the other events that I'm at, I have a full-on mobile hobby shop that I have, that I deal with all the companies, to have the stuff on hand for these guys so that they can get the right stuff at the track. So it's the learning curve that's the issue. You have to, because the thing is, I would say with like 8s, definitely with 10 scale, it's become kind of a race to the bottom, and you can kind of get more of Chinese stuff, that's kind of like pop metal and stuff like that might work. With 5th scale, man, you have 35 to 40 pound cars, all American quality made stuff is where it's at.
Yeah, you can't get away with crappy stuff.
It goes very, very fast. Like if you have some Chinese POS.
Would you say this is a question too? I guess I don't want to. I'm trying to say this without hurting anybody's feelings. How can I put it? The skill level coming into 5th scale is.
That's fine. Hey, that's fine.
Yeah.
The skill level that's coming into 5th scale, the guys that get 5th scale are hobbyists.
Okay, got you.
They're hobbyists. You'll get some guys that are racers, and the hobbyists become racers.
Right, I get that.
I mean? But these guys, this is of the generation of the slash guys almost.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
I know what you mean.
Like, oh, this thing's badass, or these guys have, razors and motorcycles, and they've been in the full size rigs, and they want an RC car, and they're like, oh man, 2-stroke, heck yes, I'm gonna make this thing burn. And then they look and they're like, oh, they race with these things, I'm going out.
Yeah.
So it's that community.
That's where the learning curve is steep, right?
What's that?
I think that's where the learning curve is steep, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that's where you have to.
And they're not like anything else.
Right.
Yeah. They're not like 8 scales. They're not like 10 scales where you put them together and like there's a ton of information out there already, and there's a giant pool of information to draw from, and that's so. But these guys are more so hobbyists, where they grab these RTR trucks, and they're like, "Oh man, cool! I can go I'll go and race this thing." And then you do have the other side of it. There are other guys that are racers, but usually those type of guys, where if they're coming from 10 scale and 8 scale, they're almost automatically top of the expert class or in the pro class.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
More of the sportsmen and the beginners, they're guys that are getting into it, and when you're in the expert and the pro class, you've usually been racing at some sort of other scale in the past, or you've come from something else.
Yeah, I can see that. That's probably that's why I want to race it, because like I'm not saying I'm going to sandbag, but I like it, and I feel I'm a halfway decent 8 scale driver, and I think that can transfer over into.
And you know what? And we're the ones that do transfer to 5th scale are kind of the guys that are almost sick of the 10 scale and 8 scale stigma that it has.
Mm-hmm.
It's become not so much fun for a lot of people, and they're kind of starting to shy away from it.
Yeah.
And or they're the guys that are kind of like, you know what, I'm over it.
Yeah.
Have fun.
That's kind of how I am. Like I tell people all the time, like, how am I going to get better in 8 scale? I'm like, just have fun. Have fun.
And the 5th scale is a family.
Mm-hmm.
So all of us are very kicked back. Everybody will help everybody, and I don't know how else to explain it.
I get it. I get it. How about like plastics, arms? If you break an arm, stuff like that. What's the? I'm sorry. I'm very ignorant on prices like that.
$25 for a pair of arms.
Okay, so it's more expensive than a 8 scale, but I mean, it's bigger, it's thicker. It has to be.
8 scales. It's 2 8 scales.
Yeah, so that's no worries.
To keep one 5th scale running, it's about 2 8 scale. That's the best way to explain it.
That's awesome, man. All right. So now that you have mod, what are you guys? All right, this is the best thing. What are you guys making? What do your parts enhance? How do your parts enhance these cars?
So we have a couple different products, and all that mod is realistically, we're focused on performance and durability and longevity of the products. So we do shocks for them. It's basically like going from, you remember the old 10 scale shocks, real small, and they went to like, let's say, an 8 scale shock.
Yes.
It's kind of the same thing. You hold one up to the other. The low seat body fits inside our shock body.
Okay.
So basically, you get more pack out of the car. You've got the bypass pistons. You've got 7 different spring rates. With 40-pound cars, you get the pack out of it as well as the control. Mm-hmm. That really helps, throughout a longer run, because we have, for our main events, at least on the West Coast, we have anywhere from a half hour to 45 minutes. So a shock will fatigue over time. So about that.
Yeah, man. All that driving, man. All that.
Yeah, I need to go get myself something to eat and a little bit of rest.
Sleeping in truck stops and stuff.
Yeah, I have. I was sleeping at a truck stop, man.
I know.
It's nuts. I've been sleeping out of my freaking trailer for the last month, going to different events. I go to one event, I'll go straight to work. I'll sleep at work in my trailer. And then I'll go home to wash clothes, and then I'm off to the next event. That's how my life has been for the last month.
Yeah. Well.
This is my free weekend, so I took today off, and I got to go back into work tomorrow, but it's all good.
Dude, go ahead. Let's continue about the parts for mod. Yeah.
As far as the parts for mod, so we got the clutch as well, which basically it takes it from like a 2-shoe clutch that they have that you have in almost every weed whacker engine. And it goes from like a real and then it'll hit on the pipe, and then it'll engage. Ours is more linear. It's 8 shoes, and they're a composite shoe, and they don't wear out as fast. They're 50% lighter, and they're fully rebuildable, and it's more of a linear feel,
right.
like more like an 8 scale of how an 8 scale drives.
Okay.
In into you have to hit that band. We got limit straps. We've got stuff for the diffs to lighten up the diffs. We've got header lock kits. We've got gaskets. I've got rear bearing diff inserts. Very soon I'm coming out with some gears. I have shock rod ends I'm going to be coming out with. So a lot of stuff dealing with durability.
Yes.
And part longevity and performance of enhancing the performance. We've done brakes for them as well. And what I do is, even if I don't make the product itself, I have basically a tailored car that has the best of the best with everything. And what I do is I deal with all those companies to say, hey, I want to carry your stuff. Let's get this thing going so that I can provide all this to the community so that they can also basically go out there and race these rigs, and they're not breaking down on them, and they're not pouring a whole bunch of money into stuff of either they just don't know, and or it's where they end up spending money on the wrong thing. That's just not going to last them, the proper amount of time that it should.
Gotcha.
The main thing is just keeping wear low on the cars, keeping the air filter clean, and just doing little maintenance stuff like your bearings and different stuff like that, just to make sure everything's rolling perfect, and just Loctite everything. Other than that, you're dialed. So you almost just, as with fifth scale, like 75% of the battle's keeping the car running, 25% is driving, and then as well of a racer that you are, you have to be a better mechanic. So you think that like 8 scales are finicky or anything that can happen in 8th scale, that's like times by 2 or 3 with 5th scale.
Yeah, I can see that. Man. And like I said, when I look at your Facebook, you're constantly helping people, man. I love your hustle, man. I love it.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that.
All right. Couple more questions, then we have to go on. I don't know if you listen to my podcast. We have a fastraceshop.com 10 question, 10 second segment. We'll do that afterwards. But okay. Here's one of my things. Do you think we'll have a large scale off-road worlds eventually?
I would say within maybe 5 years.
Okay.
I think something like that's possible. We have to first get a governing body that's going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Roar is the right answer for that. But maybe, I don't know. I don't know if I would start it up or somebody else would start it. But for now, my main focus is to grow the hobby, from the outside in and the inside out.
Yeah.
I'm trying to draw from everywhere. As well as the other guys that are out there that want something different, and love to tinker. Because with 5th scale, it's not something where you're not good with a Dremel and you're not good with tinkering, because that is, if you like to do that and you like to wrench on your stuff and you like motorcycles and four-wheeling and stuff like that, then it's for you.
Yeah.
Because obviously you like to work on your rigs and you like to drive RC and everything else, but you have to want to tinker. You have to be a problem solver, and the racing is super fun. It's the biggest smile that you'll have on your face driving an RC car easily.
Good stuff.
So the fun factor is there as well.
That actually answers like one of my questions. Like, what would you say to somebody who's on the fence of getting a 5th scale? So you kind of answered that.
Driving an RC car.
Yeah. All right. I think. It's not always unicorns and cupcakes. What's been probably the most difficult thing in your journey growing large scale?
The most difficult thing growing it? Time. That would be the biggest thing. Is as far as personally time, I just don't have enough hours in the day to devote to what I want to do and to get it to that point.
Yeah,
and
I can see that.
That point where like bringing on the right people can be tough, because either they really have to know a lot about it and they're also going to have to make some money from it. Mm-hmm. So there's that aspect of it where I have to get mod big enough to, help grow it that much more. And and then as well as it just has to be knowledge, I would say, would be the next best thing to growing fifth scale, because I think that like social media and YouTube and how-tos really help not only grow it, but keep people into the fifth scale hobby, because I see one of the biggest things that might hurt us is frustration.
Yes.
Guys getting frustrated where they just can't finish a race, or stuff isn't holding up, or they don't exactly know what to do and the information isn't out there, or they don't know me and or they either can't get a hold of me or I don't have all the answers for them because I can't do everything myself, kind of a thing. And just the knowledge basis of it, and now I'm trying to improve upon that, but then I come back to time, know, with I want to data dump my mind and my last 6-7 years worth of experience onto these guys, because I see stuff all the time on forums and different stuff on the large scale stuff, and people are talking about this, that, and everything else, and I'm like, I don't usually comment very often, but sometimes I'm like, these guys have no clue.
Yeah, I agree. I've looked at a few comments today over the last few days on some of these fifth scale stuff, and I'm like, this is rudimentary. Like, I get it. That's where I not rudimentary. I don't want to insult anybody. But
I'm not insult anybody.
Yeah, but I know what you mean.
I know what you mean.
I know, looking at it, I'm like,
that these guys a lot of them are mainly hobbyists, and they're going off of some of their experiences, but might not be at the top level,
exactly,
of where we've been with them, to that extra level.
And we both come from an RC racing background, like,
yes. Yes, I've been, like I said, I've been racing in 10th scale up to 8th scale, and I've been racing 5th scale the last, I would say, 6-7 years now. My buddy Carl got me into it, into the 5th scale thing.
We have even, you know what? All these questions I've asked you, and I didn't even ask you, how did you originally get into 5th scale?
Yeah, it's actually funny. I have my good buddy Carl. And dude came really off the street, and he hit me up, and this is when I was working in customer service. And the guy was annoying, like wicked annoying, because he kept hitting me up and needed to make these center drive shafts for his like Kyosho 4-wheel drive. And the dude was like, "I'll pay anything, Matt. I'll pay anything." We don't do anything customs for anybody at MIP, but this guy was like super on me, just like on me. And I'm like, okay, man, let me see what I could do. So I got him fixed up, and then basically came over, drove down, delivered it to him. And then he's like, oh, man, you have to check out my speed run cars. He had these really fast, like speed run 8 scales. They're going like 120, 130 miles an hour. And the dude had like 5 of them. He was just a wicked RC nut. So then later on, he got out of that, and then he got into 5th scales. And this guy goes totally out on stuff. He had 5, 6 5th scales, all tatted up with like Red Bull, KTM, like full on race ready rigs. And he really didn't know I raced very much, but we were racing in like a ravine or something. They would race around a bowl, and he had an electric 5th scale as well. He's like, "Hey Matt, why don't you come out, race one of my rigs?" I'm like, "Okay, man, I'll come out." And so I went out there, met him, and we're racing like in this bowl or something, just total bash fest type thing. Not my, I don't bash at all. Like, I don't at all. But I grabbed this thing. I'm like, this is like super fun. Like, I was impressed. And then the first Ashley Cup came up that they had, that was hosted for this girl that ended up passing away, and her father put it on. And he's like, hey, man, got to come out, race this thing. So ended up racing, like going out to Irvine Lake that we had, and racing 5th scale. And then I ended up winning the entire thing. And then my buddy Carl started up this whole little race team called Wolfpack Racing. And then there was a whole bunch of us, like Sean Kirkman was on there, Chad Panic, Little Bear.
I know Sean. Little Bear, yeah. That's Sean Kirkman, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
No, Little Bear is That's not Sean Kirkman.
No, Little Birdman. Oh man. Oh
Techno guys.
yes.
Yes.
He was at Silver State.
Yes, they were. Yeah, Little Bear and Sean Kirkman, Chad Panic.
I know Sean.
There was who else? There was Ryan Reese. There was Anthony Westergaard.
Oh, I know Anthony well.
There was Cody King. He was on there for a hot second. There was there was a bunch of different guys that like they were recruiting from like the 8 scale stuff, and we were all running together. So they had this full team, of 5th scale guys that we would all race. And it was a show like back in its prime when the Wolfpack was going on and everything else, like we were burning. It was super fun. So and that's how everything kind of accumulated, and I'm kind of like the last Mohican, kind of thing. Like I'm one of the OGs, of the pro
I get that.
that didn't leave kind of a thing. And it's like, okay, let's make this thing great again. And that's what I'm trying to do. So I have a vision for the 5th scale, to take it to that next level, to get more eyeballs on it, and to make it so that, like I said before, for years to come. So the main reason why of getting into 5th scale, because Eustace didn't want any part of it at first. And then Eustace came out and tried one of the cars, and he's like, well, this thing's a pile of crap. And then
let me make it better.
It's this, and that. And I'm not even joking you. This hasn't happened at MIP since 5th scale. I went on a camping trip with my dad. We go up to the Sierras every year. 2 weeks. Took 2 weeks. Eustace shut down the entire shop. He had shocks done. He had clutches done. He had prototype drive shafts done. He had toe blocks done, and he had brakes done, all in like 2 weeks. Like I left, there was nothing. 2 weeks, like they worked nonstop and got all this stuff done. And basically, I showed up, I built everything inside of our Motel 6 room, like testing shocks in the Motel 6 room, different pistons, spring rates, everything else. And I brought all this stuff out. Nobody had seen it before. I put the clutch on there. I was doing this double section that was making up like 2 seconds on everybody else. I went from being like top of the pack and usually in qualifying to like battling with the guys, like they were within my realm, to I was half a lap ahead on qualifying. Like it was like that noticeable where everybody's like, holy crap, like what just happened?
I noticed it too. I always pay attention, man. I always pay attention, and when MIP started coming with the parts, like, man, these guys are deep into this. And that was a few years ago. I gotta get Eustace on this podcast, man.
Yeah, and Eustace does that. Eustace has a vision, or he's like, okay, this needs that, and I have a little bit of that as well. But he, like yard sale changes, Eustace is really good at yard sale changes. Like, okay, we're gonna take this to the next level. And usually, like, I'll think of stuff that, is anywhere from a $10,000 to $20,000 project sometime. Eustace will think of things that are $50,000 to $100,000 to make something happen, because he's just in a different realm and he has a different vantage point. Yeah. And as well as he's a genius.
Oh, yeah.
The guy's very
smart. I'm going to get him on her and pick his brain. Because I have some questions for him. All right.
Yes.
My last question before we go on, we actually have some viewer questions too. I actually forgot about that. Not many, but I'll look them up. What we talked before you came on her. What is the future looking like for mod? What's in the plans?
So mod is going to be focused on 10 scale, 8 scale, 5th scale, and crawling. It's going to do a lot of the stuff as far as some of the stuff of what MIP's done, as well as bring that next aspect to it as far as just doing packages that the people want and really focusing on the fine details of everything within competition markets, if that makes sense. because I'm within those communities and everything, and I know those customers. So that's where Mod is going to be right now. It's focusing on fifth scale to get this to where it needs to be, and once I'm able to hire somebody to help me out with some of the stuff that I don't need to be focusing on, like shipping and some stuff with the websites, because I do everything by myself. I'm a sole proprietorship.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm going to events, and I'm trying to test new products, and I'm flying everywhere, and I'm setting up shops. So I'm just one person. It's impossible for me to be, many places at once. So Mod's going to grow when I'm able to step away from some of the current things that I'm doing.
Gotcha.
But it's got within anywhere from the crawler to the fifth scale realm, and some stuff with 10 scale and some stuff
Let's
with 8
do it,
scale.
man. Hey, look, I am a podcast fiend right now. It's my passion. I love RC, but my passion now is podcast and talking about RC and various topics. I think there's a market for fifth scale podcast, maybe once a month, and I definitely think there's a market for scale trail, and both things that I'm getting into. So, man,
I would I love this little podcast thing that you're doing. It kind of gives me an idea too, maybe to even start a little fifth scale podcast, or do something that I've been trying. My main thing is I need to start to do video, like YouTube how-tos and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, having these discussions and everything like that, it does help out the community. And, thank you for bringing me on as well. This is a very cool experience.
Yeah, a lot of people like to just listen to them while they're wrenching.
Yeah.
So that's what I've
No, I had a couple of the fifth scale guys that I hit up, and I'm like, hey, I'm going to, Keenan's bringing me on to, they're like the No Name Podcast. And these are fifth scale guys.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they're like, dude, that podcast is sick.
Yeah,
You definitely have people from all over the place, listening to your podcast.
I want to branch out.
They're liking it.
I want to branch out, and I want to race fifth scale. And I love scale. I love trail. Like, I love scale trail.
It's fun, man. If you're ever in town or anything like that, and you're in my area, and we're going to an event or something, you can whip one of my cars around. That's no problem.
I appreciate it, man. I love your hustle, man. I love it. I give you mad props for that, man. I give you mad props.
I'm trying.
Because I feel I'm like the same way. Seriously. All right.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to go into a few questions because I posted this up on the Facebook page. We have a few questions.
Okay.
Well, and some statements. Joseph Whiteley, he says, Matt Olsen is exactly what this hobby needs. I can see why he says that, and I agree. John Bolton says, I drove a fifth scale on the Hobby Haven 10 scale track. Even on a tight track, it ripped. That's what surprised me more than anything, that these cars...
They are very fast, man. I think Lutz was running somebody's truck.
Oh, here's Alex's at been
there, and it ripped an 8-scale track. I'm telling you, they just need more sweeping corners and wider lanes, and they'll do everything that an 8-scale does.
Well, I think 8-scale tracks can do with that. So, Bill Oxidine, I'm gonna get this dude on this podcast, dude. I like this
Bill's
guy.
Good dude.
One of his RTR boats just broke 100 and something miles per hour.
They're pretty gnarly. Like, I looked at his boats, I'm like, what the heck? I'm like, this is like next level S, man. I met him up at a Horizon event. He's a cool dude.
Easy. I love him. He's flamboyant. I love it. He's my type of dude. Matt, he says Matt from MIP is legit. So him and I started talking today. My buddy Mark Atkins, a JQ driver, says, my buddy has a 5B and a 5SE. They are a pain in the ass, but I love them. And he says they're very expensive. But, like you said, 2 8 scales.
2 8 scales. That's exactly what it is.
That's why I'm going to run 5th scale. My buddy S.J. Chandler, he's actually from the UK. He just released his first podcast today focusing on 8 scale racing in the UK.
Nice.
He says, how long do 5th scale tires last compared to 8 scale? Would the race cost be the same? Excuse me.
Yeah, so 8 scale tires, I'm not exactly sure. How much are they now?
If you aren't on a deal, $65-$70 with wheels.
With wheels and foams and everything?
Yeah, pretty much they come with the foams.
Yeah, if you buy foams, rims, and tires, like all full shot, it's gonna cost you like 170 to 220 bucks.
Mm-hmm.
But I reuse my rims myself, and I'm probably at the upper echelon as far as competition, and I'll reuse stuff. And I just reuse foams, and I'll reuse the rims and everything, and I'll just replace. I'll maybe go through one set of tires in an event, and that's about 70 bucks.
Okay.
So it's not that bad. You'll have your initial cost that's there, you'll of course have it every time beyond that. But I would say maybe add $10 or $20 per event, so you're maybe spending 70 to 90 bucks an event in tires.
That's nothing.
You know? Yeah,
that's
and it's
nothing.
And the thing is we have one compound, and we have like maybe 2 or 3 different styles to choose from, but it definitely varies. Like if the track is like hard pack with a little bit of dust, which is 95% of the tracks, it's one tire, and that's all that we use. We don't sauce, we don't do anything. You mount and you go. You know, we don't have like a ton of different compounds. They don't wear out very often. If you keep the track watered, they won't wear at all. You know, so it all you got to do is be smart with it, and you could definitely go. You know, either an event or an event and a half on a set of tires. I do. I'll take my. I'll have a half worn set that I'll run in qualifying. I'll put on a new set for the main. That will then become my practice and qualifying set for the next event that I'm at.
Perfect. Now, the guy, Jeff Keaton, who's coming back on this podcast, Return of the Jeff, he wants to know the cost. Well, we kind of covered this, but
we did.
He says he wants to know the cost factor compared to 8 scale. Is it the same or more? Is the maintenance and part replacement about the same? I think that's a good question. Yeah. The maintenance and part replacement.
Maintenance and part replacement. I would say as far as if you end up hitting a wall with it, like I think that would be for the same with both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Full yard sale, like you're going to have an arm, you're going to have possibly even a chassis if you do it bad enough. It doesn't happen very often. The main thing is with fifth scale is keeping up on the drivetrain stuff. So boot everything.
Mm-hmm.
Run like the JKE boots. I carry those as well. For the axles, you boot up near the out drives with the bones. You boot the center stuff, because when you boot and grease everything stays nice, and that actually affects the rest of the car with how the suspension travels. If you start to notch the out drives, and that will affect your suspension, and it's kind of like a domino effect. If affects your suspension, then you drive worse. You crash more. If you crash more, you break more stuff. Mm-hmm. So if you have a vehicle that's well maintained in working fashion, and you have smooth bearings, nothing's binding up, you have a better working car, you're able to drive better, you're going to have better results. If you don't have any of that, you're going to have worse results, you're going to break more stuff, you're going to spend more money. Gotcha. So being a good mechanic and being a good maintenance guy and keeping up on that and looking for those little idiosyncrasies, in your setup and in your in your maintenance, then it can go far.
Thank you, Matt. You just taught me a new word. Idiosyncrasies. I'm going to use that. Okay. My buddy Mike Hill is one of my good friend over there in North Carolina is joking. He says, is fifth scale for old people? I'm asking for Jeff Keaton. I think fifth scale is for everybody.
Fifth scale is for everybody. We have kids in it. We have in our beginner class. We have kids as old as like 10 or 11. That's the kids of the other racers,
mm-hmm.
And what's really nice with fifth scale is that they do come as for these newer guys and newer kids and stuff like that. They can get them. Usually, I would say that a kid's not gonna be into fifth scale without the parent.
Of course not.
Much like maybe 10 scale is.
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably say 8 scale isn't as well. 8 scale is even more expensive than 10 scale.
Yep.
But no, it's for all age groups. But as well as it's, I see a lot of guys that are like retired guys from like motocross and motorcycles and stuff like that, because it's the same feeling that they're getting. As well as you don't have the part of it where you're going to break bones or anything like that. So I get a lot of guys that are like older motocross racers and MX guys and supercross guys and stuff like that, as well as guys that they're older guys. And, they sometimes, they are just the guys that like to tinker and have fun, or they're retired. Or I have, younger dudes that work, and more so blue collar people usually, that like to tinker on stuff and come out and run. And what's really nice with fifth scale, is that we are a community that's pretty small, in comparison to the other two scales, but we're able to all join together, for like 2 events a month, so it's not like overwhelming like I think that 10th scale and 8th scale may have become, where there's an event every weekend in like within a 3-hour radius, and there's 1 or 2 events going on, so you almost feel like, or you might get stretched out, as far as like needing to go to this event or needing to go to this little big event, where it's not like that for fifth scale. We always have, 2 to 3 weeks in between our events, so you can still enjoy your time with the family. You don't have to feel like you have to go to something, but you do get that adrenaline rush, and you do get that time with the boys for the weekend, that all of us crave, so it's nice in that aspect for it, where it is for the family man. And it is for those guys that want to have the experience, but this doesn't need to be your life kind of a thing. And this can be your hobby, or this thing that you enjoy. So I find that it's actually something that's pretty substantial in comparison to maybe 10th scale and 8th scale, where I know when I was on the circuit more so, and I will be back because this is my life, but I feel like I have to be at every single event, and if I'm not there, the people are missing out, or I'm missing out, or something like that. I don't feel like that with fifth scale. I am able to go to every one, but I don't. I have that time in between where I can do other stuff with my friends and family and stuff like that, where I don't feel that pressure.
Got you.
So
yeah, and I got one more question before we get into Connie Svensson's multiple questions, because I know Connie's like geeking out over this. John Bolton, he says, what is the biggest misconception about racing fifth scale by 10th scale racers?
That they're slow.
You know what? I think that is too, like the 8th scale guys. They're so slow. I was like, did you see those things at DNC? They're doing exactly what you guys are doing. Exactly. I couldn't believe that they did that double.
It's that they're slow and that they destroy tracks. Like I know there's a stigma within the 8th scale community where they're like, oh, we don't want to race the 5th scale guys because they're going to destroy our track. And they're a little bit rougher on some stuff, but honestly, like I saw Silver State this year. I've seen DNC. I've seen these other ones. We'll race on that all day long. And I know that was rough for some, but they're racing on it. And we don't destroy tracks that bad.
I saw that race at Delta RC, and I think it was really an 8 scale track.
It is, yeah.
And you guys, I was like, wow, that's badass. These cars aren't slow.
That was an 8 scale layout, because we were going to have an all 5th scale layout. I had chicken scratched a layout together that they were going to do, but we had torrential downpours up there for like a week or 2 previous. So they had ripped all the pipe up. They were ready to do it, but they couldn't get machines out there safely onto the track to rework the track. So I was like, we'll just repipe it, and then we'll just go from there. So literally the day before, myself, my buddy David Orner, old 10 scale buddy of mine that's now come out of the woodwork again. He's having fun racing again. He races my buggy. And then my buddy Jason Turner and our other friend Randy Coleman, we were out there testing the track and literally made the 8 scale layout with a couple changes with the pipe, making stuff wider, moving in some of the corners as far as giving them a little bit more room here and there, sweeping some stuff. And we had a 5th scale track that was an 8 scale track, So, and other than us knocking a couple pipes here and there, we don't hurt the track that much, So guys thinking that they're either slow or that they destroy track, believe me, guys, as far as other than maybe the pipe getting knocked here and there, we're doing the same amount of damage to the track that 8-scale guys are doing.
Yeah.
So
the other track, SoCal Nitro.
Yes. Yep, we raced there. That was my first event at Brent's track.
They were doing all those jumps that the 8-scale cars are doing. No problem.
Oh yeah. We had the full on. That was an 8-scale track too. And the same thing. My buddy Jason and we were out there the full day on Thursday moving pipes because I went out there. I'm like, this is way too tight. But I was out there myself. I was pulling pipes and we were testing parts of the track, moving stuff around, moving this in, moving that. And bam, we had a full on badass track that was raceable and that we could have fun on.
Cool.
So,
okay, awesome. Trust me, you don't have to. You're preaching to the choir here. So,
yeah.
All right, Connie Swenson. Actually, Connie is gonna be. I have people messaging me on Facebook. Hold on. Connie is on my. I have a Techno RC Grassroots Racer Spotlight, and I saved this podcast just for Connie because he's a 5th scale advocate from Sweden.
Yes.
He is, he's a great guy. He's been an awesome follower of the podcast. We talk a lot. And he says he has multiple questions in here. Multiple. He goes, What can we do to grow large scale to be a larger, no pun intended, class? He says right now it's very much a niche. It's bigger in certain areas, and in some it doesn't exist at all. Sometimes it's a support class at bigger races like DNC before. That's his first question, and then he says, "What would be required to get Associated, Mugen, or any other 8-scale brands to release models for this class? Is it just a dream, or could we reach that level, or do we want to?"
I think that it is possible to grow it. I think that dealing with not only the hobby shops and making them more well inept to where the tracks are for these things and carrying them in the hobby shops because it is more of an expense to guys, but as well as almost to the fact as well, not only do we have to get it into people's eyes more, and that goes with RC in general, but it also has to be where guys aren't looking so much for the sponsorship or looking so much for the handout, and they have to be willing to spend money. There's no other way around it. So
of course,
if you're not willing to spend money and tinker on your cars and stuff like that, then it's just not for you.
Of course,
and I think that's the hobby in general. But if it's one of those things where, hey, you're there to race and you want to have fun, and you know about it and you have a place to run, then it's a perfect storm. Because once somebody drives it, they're instantaneously hooked. So it's just getting them to that point where they drive one of them, or where they see it, or where they can experience it, and more so experience the community, that they can feel the weight and the level of what this can be, because it's something that I think of how 10th scale and 8th scale had when at their infancy, that 5th scale, is at right now. And in my opinion, the camaraderie and everything of how it needs to be for it to grow, because it is so small that if you don't keep it like that and you don't keep it fun, these guys are spending this money and everything, people are going to be like, I'm over it. And I think we see that in 10 scale and 8 scale too, and that's why we have such high turnover.
Yep.
With it.
Recidivism. That's the word I like to use. I think that's what you said. I used to be a prison officer, and we used to call like inmates that would go out and come back in recidivism. I think that's what it's called. I'm probably saying it wrong. But yeah, guys that go out, I'm tired of RC, and come back and go out and come back and go out and come back, or don't come back at all. Yeah, I'm tired of seeing that, man. I want people to stay into RC. Yeah,
it's just that turnover rate and that of just, I think I know the word that you're talking about. Maybe I'll think of it here in a second.
Yeah, yeah. I
But,
don't have to.
Everybody knows it's here in this one, though.
Yeah, it's funny because Connie constantly says to me, "You would fit in so great in the fifth scale crowd. You would love it. You would love it." And I'm like, I'm pretty sure I would. I would just have me a beer helmet and do some racing.
But I think that a lot of everybody in RC in general would enjoy it. I think that it's maybe in something that it's become either too crazy and or there's like so much going on that it just brings that out of some people where it's just it sometimes becomes no fun for a lot of people, and especially for the newer guys, because a lot of fifth scale is newer people or it is hobbyists and stuff like that. They go out there to have fun and they're not of the world, they're not of the RC world that some of them push out there, and you have these big tents out there and everybody's in their own clique. Nobody really talks to anybody.
Not at the JQ Racing clique. We talk to everybody. I'm sorry, shameless plug.
Well, I'm saying that as well. But
I know what you mean.
I'm talking about the guy that's coming out and pitting by himself sometimes, and just doesn't know anybody. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it's intimidating, even for the JQ Racing or mod or anything. When these guys see these shirts and they see these big tents and they see these big rigs, and looking in from a guy from the outside, you get intimidated. It's like me going out with my two-stroke motorcycle and going out to Glen Helen, and I'm out there and I've got outdated gear from Craigslist and I don't know much about anything, and I got a two-stroke and everybody's on four strokes. You feel like an outcast.
Yep.
Just will. And I don't care what it is. I don't care. Like, some guys might come over and talk to you and say, "Oh, that's cool," and this and that. But for something with fifth scale, that almost doesn't exist. You could be the guy with the Craigslist rig. Yep. You could be the guy there sleeping in your truck or whatever. Not saying that's bad, but you can be of that where you're not. You could have the guy with the $100,000, $1 million rig, and you can have the guy that just came out and just got this thing and it's barely held together. And those guys are best buddies, and we're all helping out to get everybody across the finish line. That's awesome, dude. So it's of that caliber that's fantastic about this family that we have. Yep. That's what I want to sustain, because I think that's part of the beauty of what we have going for it. So I think that these other companies like Associated and Mugen and maybe some of the other ones that are out there might get into it when the pool of customers is more.
Exactly.
But in somewhat, I would almost like it to stay a one or two company kind of thing, because in my own personal opinion, when you do have a lot of hands in the cookie jar, it starts to degrade and it starts to be a race to the bottom. And it starts to work against itself without the influx of new people to sustain the growth that the companies are trying to.
The same issue that we have in 10 scale and 8 scale. Same issue.
And you're starting to get something where you start to cannibalize each other, because everybody tries to.
That's exactly what we're doing.
It is exactly what's happening. It's exactly what's happening.
That's why, and I mean, this is a whole nother spiel, but I think you're pretty open-minded, but that's why I'm 110% behind RCGP, man. I'm all about getting new people into the hobby by all means necessary. So
the main thing is it has to get to that where we have new people, or else companies will just start failing, or we're just all going to be going down together. Because before, back in the day, all it was Losty and Associated.
Yep.
And it was those two, and that's when I started. That's all there was. Kyosho was just 8 scale back in the day, and that's what there was, and it was to that fact where there was hobbyists, there were people that were buying stuff, and it wasn't crazy, and it wasn't that we were having one-run tires, and it wasn't that everybody sponsored, and these companies could survive and stuff like that. These companies were bigger. Now, man, everybody's small, there's 17 million companies that do the same thing, that regurgitate the same stuff. There's little to no innovation within each other. You look at all these cars, they look the same, and it's just the way that it is. People could argue with me on it, but I don't
argue with it.
I understand.
I have as a team as a /team manager for the last 2 years, I've seen people that have gone through 4 chassis sponsors within a year. I've seen people that, I mean, this is a whole other podcast that I could go on. So I agree with you, man. We're just, you said it right. We're cannibalizing each other. We're not trying to do anything different to change our industry. And when things that are different come up, people just like find every excuse not to support it. Simple as that. But you know what? I have, I'm going to go on my little soapbox now. I have faith in the younger RC guys that are coming up behind us that will change this. We just have to lay down the foundation for them. That's how I feel. Now, I mean younger, like, the teenagers and whatnot. So, hopefully.
Well, I'm in myself. I might be more pessimistic towards that. I think my generation of the millennials.
Well, I'm 41, dude.
I might be your younger generation.
Yeah, I can consider that as well.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
And I'm trying, and there are some good guys, but honestly, man, we have to get this to a certain point. You can go on with this for a long time, but my generation of the millennial generation, it's a give me generation, as well as an I don't want to work mentality, as well as a video game and antisocial generation. That they're into now, an instant satisfaction, as well as, hey, I can turn my game off if I'm losing, kind of thing, and I don't have to do anything, to go to that next level. So I think the guys that are in it are going to prosper, but also to the fact that, because I think that I think there'll be a lot less group of leaders out there that's going to be out there, because we have a lot less pool of the guys that want to put in the work. But also, we still have to have that pool of consumers and guys that are going to get into this, that are going to support.
Everybody matters.
Everybody matters, because it just, I don't know. It's a real sticky situation. But the main thing is everybody that I know does RC and that gets into it is into it, and they're willing to support it. So I think that's part of like the crawler generation that we've now been seeing with all this, because I almost think that's its own little grassroots thing that's kind of sprung up on its own. And those guys have some of the right mentality and, what's going on. And they do get their wives and they do get their kids.
Fastest growing genre in RC, dude.
And both of those things, and a lot of those guys, I see them get into it, and they're like, well, the racing thing, they just either feel that they can't keep up because the learning curve is so high, or you have to put in so much time into it, and all of us, we're grinding tires and we're doing setups, and there's the flavor of the week for this and that, and that's hard for a normal person to come off the street if they don't have that certain mentality that they're into racing and do this as a hobby, rather than a crawling guy, can do it with his family, and they can go out with a backpack and a lunch, and go crawl around, and a set of tires lasts the life of the car.
Yep.
Or
more.
It takes almost zero skill to drive them, so you can go around, because if you crash them, nothing happens. Yep. They just go doink, and you back up, So you don't have to have much skill to drive them. They don't break,
and you have fun. I see everybody does do.
You have fun, and you're able to get your family into it.
Oh, I agree,
I think that's a huge thing, and I think that's something that we're missing within our own group, and we need to pull some of that, and we need to tap into that, because, like myself, I like the crawling community, I really do, but I don't get it. Like, I'm a racer. I'm like, where's the performance? I did it. I went around. Guys are like, you're going way too fast up this hill. I'm like, I'm going to the path of least resistance. I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you guys a mile back? They're all on one rock, like trying to get over this one section for about 20 minutes.
That's
seeing who can do it.
Yeah, but that's yeah. Hey, man.
It's just not my mentality, man.
I know. You're a racer. You want to go fast.
I'm a racer. I want to go fast. I'm looking for the performance of it. But I do understand the magic that is happening in that community. And I realize that we need that within our own to be able to grow what we want to do.
Man, like, I'm not going to go on my spiel. I'm not. You're going to have to listen to one of my, everybody's a pro in RC, man. And I don't even want to get on that soapbox, but everybody's a pro. How many sponsors can I put on my shirt? And I'm almost a pro. Until there's a definite line between pro and amateur and RC will continue to be a hobby when it comes to racing. Simple as that. That's all I'm going to say. That's my feelings on it. And I've said it enough on this podcast. So, yeah.
There almost needs to be years of experience within it and legit accolades and where you're actually doing something for the company that moves the needle, that actually moves the needle for that company, to end up becoming that next level.
Yeah, I think I think
you are just a hobbyist. You are just somebody looking for a deal or looking for that coupon.
Yeah, I think my analogy is the bubble. They create this RC bubble where they're great and this is their own world, and they're so afraid of anything that's gonna burst that bubble, and take their deal away or take their importance away. But they don't realize they're still gonna be important and their deal's still gonna be there because we need these guys who have experience to help the new guys coming in. That's my thought thinking on it. Like, and I'm
in agreement with you, man. And for me, I wasn't sponsored until maybe I was. I started working for MIP, and I started to.
And you worked for him.
Faster there, and I started to travel. Once I started to travel, and I started to make a name for myself, other than just in the general clique, and I started to beat guys and stuff like that. That's when I started to get sponsors. Other than that, I got like J Concepts. They've been like one of my longest standing sponsors for years and years now. Jason Ronan and I have a very good relationship. But I sent in my resume to them when I worked at OCRC back in the day, for getting like a little 50% deal, and I got turned down. And rightly so. Like I was just, a normal kid there, and I would win a couple club races and that, and I didn't have a chassis sponsor. I didn't have anything like that. The only time that I started to get all that was when I started to actually make a name for myself. I was attached to a company, and as well as I started to win a lot of events, and I'm also, I would consider myself, a pretty decent guy in the pits trying to help out everybody, and make a deal and talk to the hobby shops and talk to them about the product, and everything like that. So I think it really takes, and I'm decently quick, I think it takes all of that to actually be a sponsored guy. I
agree, man. Dude, we could probably go on for a whole nother hour about this. I gotta get you on her as a co-host one day. Trust me, because you and I think very alike. You and I think very alike. All right, man. We could talk for so much longer. Okay, trust me, I am 100% in agreement with you. We're going to go on. That's all the questions that I do actually have from our viewers. Thank you for everybody that sent in the questions. We appreciate it. I'm in pretty bad with getting viewer questions on because sometimes I forget them. But I got all of them this week, so I'm happy about that. So what it is, right, Matt? We have this segment. It's called the FastRaceShop.com 10 question, 10 second segment. And on this segment, you kind of have to answer the questions. They may be RC, some aren't RC related. But you have to answer them as fast and as truthfully as you can. So,
We'll see if I can do this.
all right.
Now we go into the Fast Trace 10 questions in 10 seconds segment. Fast Trace is a world champion option parts brand made in Italy. Fast Trace drivers include Davide Ongaro and Riccardo Berton, and they run the innovative performance-enhancing parts that Fast Trace makes for most 1/8 buggies, including the world-famous honeycomb shock bladders and caps. Go to fasttraceshop.com and type in Lefty 2019 to get 10% off your purchase now.
So, Matt, are you ready for the fastraceshop.com 10 question, 10 second segment?
We might have to redo it. We'll see, though. Let's see how I do.
All right. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. All right. Number one, being on the road constantly is
difficult.
Okay.
And fun.
Yes. Number two, fifth scale buggy or truck?
Truck.
Okay.
Fifth scale buggy with long arms on the low-C.
Okay.
That's the ultimate.
Number three, best track for large scale you have raced on?
Probably the Canadian Nationals track. But I would say it's ultimately probably one of the best events as well because of the people.
Yes.
But best track, like, the most unique for sure.
Oh, look, I'm going to plug in. I want to go to this race. Please, somebody.
RC Raceway.
All right. Number four, biggest rival in large scale for you is?
Mark Sousa.
Okay.
Mark Sousa is probably one of my biggest rivals, and probably Little Bear. He's also very fast when he does race.
Yes.
That's Steve Harris.
Steve Harris, that's his name. Because his dad's real cool with Paul Coleman. Paul's my buddy. I met Steve. I just couldn't remember his name. I met him at Silver State and whatnot. So.
Also, Brian Sullivan's pretty quick.
Brian, why is that name familiar? Very familiar.
Yeah.
Okay.
So those three guys, like there's a couple of guys that I need to be on my game, and they need to be on their game too. Like we're always very close.
Okay. Why isn't large scale big on the East Coast?
Probably due to places that they can run and not being able to run year round.
Okay. Number 6, if you didn't race large scale, what class would you be racing?
10 scale. I really like super stock 4-wheel drive and stock buggy. I like to tinker a lot, and I like to find as much speed as I can.
No nitro glory for you? No 8 scale?
I haven't gotten into 8 scale. I haven't raced 8 scale, honestly, since I worked for Extreme back in the day, but I greatly enjoy it. So I've been wanting to get like a Mugen very soon and race it up because I have a lot of buddies over there. Mm-hmm. And but I see Mugen as probably like one of the biggest companies as far as like less turnover rate as far as the car and or the people.
Did you listen to, I don't know if you did, but I sent you the Ryan Mayfield podcast. It's probably
I did see it, but I haven't.
You should listen to it. Even Adam Drake told me that was probably one of the best interviews he heard of Ryan Mayfield. I'm trying to get Adam Drake on this podcast, but it's a little bit difficult because he's busy. He said he would come on, but the whole JQ Adam Drake thing, But
where he calls them Captain Club Race.
Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with Drake. We talk a lot, but I really want to get him on here.
Adam's a wicked good dude. Like,
yeah, I know.
I did a whole segment with him. I've known Adam forever. He's an ambassador for sure for the hobby. So yeah, he's right on.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him on her. I told him, I said, I want you to get on her, and I want you he has a good story, and I want to tell it. So he's a good guy. Yeah. Okay, number 7, jankiest truck stop ever.
Jankiest truck stop ever. Probably truck stop. Usually I'll keep going, or I'll usually have my 22 next to me.
Good stuff. Hey, I'm stuffed at some janky truck stops, dude.
Like if it's pretty bad and I'm like running out of gas or something like that, I'll be sure to have some protection. That's for sure.
Hey, this is JQ and I traveling across America. What's the star rating on the hotel? It's 2. Look at the comments. Worst hotel we ever stayed in. It's not that bad. It's okay. Not that good.
You know what? If I had to say the jankiest hotel that I've ever been in, not truck stop, but hotel, was the Air Inn when I was going to, I think it was out to some sort of fifth scale event, but it was going towards RC Excitement. It's a 10 scale track in like in Massachusetts or something like that. I forget, by Boston. Okay. Anyway, like they had bed bugs there. Like I got all bit up. Like the head office lady, she was going to call the cops on me because I was there for longer than an hour past checkout. No way. I told her to call the cops. I was so mad. It had bed bugs. The water would the water wouldn't drain fast enough, so it'd come up into like something. It was like the faucets wouldn't work correctly. Oh yeah.
I've been in. It's horrible.
It was nuts. I would have rather slept. I should have just slept in my minivan that I had. Like that was the jankiest place that I've ever stayed. That was pretty gnarly, and I only did it because of the fact that I was super tired on the road and I had to stop off. I was trying to go to a Motel 6, but they were booked up, so I had to go there.
Motel 6 is my preference too.
I'll just sleep in the front seat next time.
Motel 6 is my preference. I try to look for them all the time.
You know what? They're not that bad. No, everyone that I'll look at reviews, and as long as they're pretty good, I'm good with it. And I don't care. Like all I need is a place to take a shower and lay my head at night. But that Air Inn that I was at, man, it was threefold. I got bed bugs, the shower didn't run correctly, and I almost got the cops called on me because I was there for another hour than what they wanted me to be.
I've learned when traveling with Joseph, do not let him book hotels. Okay, number 8, best European large-scale driver.
Best European large-scale driver. I don't know many of them, honestly. I know Connie. I talked to him. Other than that, I don't know many guys that are over there because they're in a totally different realm than we are. I would say probably I know a lot of Aussies. Right. I have a couple good dudes down there. I have my buddy James Grant. He's pretty good down there. But that would probably be it for some of the European dudes. I don't talk to them that much, honestly, because we're more into trucks, and they got those buggies down there that are kind of that are pretty nuts, and they don't really use much of our components. So we don't talk very often.
I think you should go to Europe and race, personally. I really do.
I think I need to, but the thing is, man, they've got a lot of different rules out there than what we have out here. They don't run as big of engines that we do. They have style pipes. Okay. They've got different style rims and tires and arms and fuel CCs. It's a totally different realm as far as that. If I do travel somewhere, I'll be going to if I do travel out of the country and fly on a plane to another continent, it's going to be Australia. Good stuff. I'm going to go there for their nationals, hopefully in 2020.
Yeah,
because it's the next closest thing.
Yeah, go to Australia where everything can kill you. That's perfect. I want to go there too myself. Don't worry. Okay. Yeah. Number 9. Do you have any hobbies outside of RC?
Yeah, I trap shoot with my father. Mm-hmm. So we'll go trap shooting with like clay targets and that, where they shoot out of a house. So you go like pull, and then a little clay disc will shoot out, and you shoot it with a shotgun. Yep. So I do that. I ride motorcycles. I like outdoors. I like to go fishing. I love to camp. Skiing. I like to ski. But as far as a hobby that I'm like wicked into all the time, this is my main thing. This is not only my life, it's my business, it's everything to me. Yeah. So I focus a lot in it all the time.
Got you. All right, last question, number 10. What is your favorite form of racing outside of RC?
Favorite form of racing outside of RC? Probably be F1.
Good. Who's your favorite driver?
Probably Hamilton or
all right, we're good
Bottas.
friends. We're good friends. We can be friends. We're awesome friends.
Yeah, it's Hamilton. Look, he's very mathematical with what he does, and some of those other guys out there that they're good, man. But not only do I like the drivers, but I like to look at I'm liking to look at the cars and what they're doing for like their aero package and how they pit and the little idiosyncrasies that they have that like makes them that much better, and something maybe that we can dub over to our sort of stuff. And not only of that, I would say that's my favorite form of like on-road racing. As far as off-road, I love like the Lucas Oil stuff. My good buddy is CJ Greaves that drives the monster truck.
Yeah.
From like the monster Lucas Oil 4x4, real truck.
Is it Ricky Johnson into fifth scale too?
Who?
Ricky Johnson. He drives those trucks with CJ Greaves. The ex motocross. Am I got his name wrong?
Got Ricky Schlick maybe. I think.
No, he used to be a former motocross racer.
There's a couple of those guys in it.
Yeah, man. He used to be like he races fifth scale too.
Jay, I know him personally. So I like to see what they're doing too, and it's kind of cool to see, and all the engineering that has to go into that. I admire a lot of that kind of stuff and everything, the time and effort that it takes to do that kind of stuff. So probably F1, and it would be the Lucas off-road, short course racing. That's always fun to watch.
Good stuff.
And then Supercross is also cool. So there's a whole bunch of them, man.
Oh yeah.
Anything with a motor, that's performance driven, I'm pretty on top of. I just can't really watch like NASCAR. I don't find that.
I tried to do that this weekend. I like NASCAR, and I
can't do it.
I just when they stopped I get it. They stopped the race to do a tribute and all that stuff, but you don't stop racing. You don't stop racing.
Yeah, Supercross. The 4x4 short courses and F1.
I love
F1
F1.
that I tune into and that I'll follow. But I really don't follow any sports or anything like that because I just don't have the time for it.
You don't, dude. You don't have no time for anything. Trust me. I keep it up, dude. You're young and enjoy life. And you know what I'm gonna say to you?
I'm just trying to hustle and I'm trying to bring something. I'm trying to bring more people into it and keep this thing. Growing and that's my main focus is to come out with some badass products, and make that experience for people that much more enjoyable and do it from all ends, not only from the event side to the hobby shop side to the racing side to the online side. So I'm trying to come full circle with it.
You know what, dude? You're much smarter than me, but I see a lot of me in you, and I don't know if that's a compliment or whatever, but I know how it goes, and I'm gonna give you 2 words of advice. And I always quote Joseph because he told me this. He says, "Enjoy the journey," because what you're doing is awesome, and it's fun, and you could be doing a 9-to-5 boring ass job. And
you know what? And that's kind of what some of the stuff had become with me at MIP. And though I still do work very closely with MIP and I owe them a lot and everything, and I work closely with them, but that's what some of my position was becoming there is a 9-to-5, making videos, sitting in a chair behind 4 walls. And I find that, and still there's a time and place for that, but I can't have that as every day of my life.
No, I don't think you're that type of dude. I can just talk to you and I know you're not that type of guy. But
I have to be out there with the people. I have to be learning new things. I have to do new experiences, and that's when I'm the most effective, I believe, is when I am with the people. That's when I am able to bring ideas back to MIP or back for mod, and everything else. And that's where I've always shown my most success and my most potency is being with the people and spreading the love that way, and influencing the community, toward these products, and how they can, make their life and their experience that much better with what we're doing.
My vision is to make RC cool for everybody, and I think you're definitely doing that. So everybody has to play their part in making RC cool, and I appreciate what you're doing.
Really.
So, before we sign off, anybody you want to thank before we sign off?
Oh, well, firstly, thank you to you, Keenan, for bringing me on the podcast, the No Name Podcast here. Seems like you've got a good thing going for you, and a lot of people are enjoying it, so props to you. Huge thanks to my parents, for supporting me on everything, and as well as, of course, Eustace and Brandon of MIP. They have played a huge part of what I'm even doing today with Mod, and me being able to bounce ideas off of them to basically, do what I love every day, and being my mentors. Eustace and Brandon are very much so my mentors, on what I'm doing on the business end of it to the product end of it when I have these crazy hairball ideas, and they're like, okay, we can make this happen. So they're definitely the other side of it. All the customers of MIP as well, and Mod and everything like that. Huge thank you to the current guys that have been helping me out, like at my events, like my buddy David, my buddy Jason. They've been a huge part, because like I've taken on this whole thing, man, with the whole event thing, and shoot, it's like I probably know that Joseph has the same thing with, like, you can't do everything and set up everything on your own and take it all down by yourself. It's simply impossible. So those guys have been helping me on the track, helping me at the event, helping me do raffle tickets, helping me wrench on my cars, so they've been a huge influence and a huge help. Thank you to all the racers out there and people that are supporting Mod and my little adventure, and thank you for being patient with me with getting back to messages and shipping out product, because I am a one-man show, and trying to do everything. So, thank you to all the sponsors that I have. It's that's been huge, from MIP to J Concepts to even Proline, aka those guys have helped me. Marlone, Axis RC, Horizon, Imagine It Graphics. He does all my stickers for everything. For not only does he do all the trophies and that for all the mod stuff, but he does my stuff as well. Live RC, ADI. So I don't know if I've forgotten anybody, but just everybody that's been, helping me out on the way to make this possible, and to make me this well-rounded, human, to help me go out there and make this possible, because without those companies and without those individuals to help, help it go forward, and for these racers to support this in the community, it wouldn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't be possible. So just thank you to everybody, and for letting me be able to help them, experience this hobby, and hopefully I'm bringing something to it, that's valuable to them. Whether it be from a product end or to the event end or in the pits, if I'm able to help them out there. So I'm enjoying it, and we'll keep moving forward and hopefully grow this thing exponentially into the future.
Of course, man. I say this, you got to push forward, and if you ain't grinding, you're sliding. So,
hey, man, like I said, if you ain't growing, you're dying.
Yeah, man.
So,
hey,
it's a concept, and just gotta move forward, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I had a really great talk with you, and man, I admire what you're doing. Keep it up, man. Thank you for coming on to the podcast.
JQ's lucky to have you, man. Good job on making all this happen, and this whole podcast thing seems to be your baby, and something even beyond JQ Racing. So I think you're creating something special here. So congratulations on that.
Thank you, man. I want to make RC cool, man. Make RC cool.
It definitely is.
All right, dude. Thank you for your time.
All right, brother. Thank you.
You are entering the Techno RC Grassroots Racer Spotlight. The part of the podcast that gives the listeners a platform to talk about RC. Brought to you by Techno RC. Techno RC. Techno RC is a premium manufacturer specializing in 8th and 10th scale high-performance off-road RC buggies and trucks. Visit www.technorc.com for a complete catalog of their products.
So, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the Techno RC Grassroots Racer Spotlight. This is the segment of the podcast which gives you guys, the listeners of the podcast, the guys out there that are working Monday to Friday or Monday to Saturday, who race on the weekends. This is your platform to say what you want to say, let the world know who you are, and tell us why you like RC, what you don't like about RC, who your favorite drivers are, what your favorite class is. And this is meant to get to meet people from around the world. So, with that being said, this week's guest comes to us all the way from Sweden. I like to say Viking country. They say it's not so much Viking country. But we have Connie Svensson. I always butcher people's names. I'm sorry, Connie. How are you?
I'm great. I think that was close enough. Connie Svensson.
Yes.
That's,
What part of Sweden are you from, Connie?
I'm from the west coast. Gothenburg, it's the second largest city in Sweden.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So, Connie, we've been chatting on Facebook for a while. I know you're an avid racer, but how long have you been into RC racing?
Well, I've kind of been out and in, back and forth. I started when I was 10 years old. My dad picked me up at a football practice, or soccer if you're from the States, and he asked, do you want to come and see these RC cars? And of course I wanted to do that, and I was hooked from the first second I saw it. So I think my first car was a Tamiya Grasshopper. What a piece of shit that was, but it was still
so much fun.
It was so much fun, great looking. And then I upgraded pretty quickly, I think, to Kyosho Turbo Scorpio, I think was the name of it. I did that for like maybe a year. And then I think my real racing car was the Schumacher Cat. That was a great car. It was at the same time as Masami won the world championship with the Cat. I drove that for 3-4 years or something. And then I got into high school and university and all that, and stopped racing and stopped doing RC altogether. I moved to the States, and then I was actually ending up living pretty close by with an RC shop, and I saw they were racing there, and I kind of picked up a car. I think it was when all these smaller cars were showing up, the Lucy Micro T, I think it was called, like 14th scale or something like that. That was so cool. So you could build your own track at your garage, and doing that. But that was just for fun, not really doing any serious racing. I moved back to Sweden, and then I think it was about 5 years ago now, I saw a video on YouTube that they were racing large-scale cars, actually at my like a local festival. We have a potato festival here in Sweden, or in Alingsås, where I live, is because it was the city that brought in the potatoes to Sweden.
Okay.
So we celebrate that every year, like a stupid thing. But anyway, so we have like a big field of grass there where we do large-scale bashing pretty much. The year after that, I went there and just looked at it, and I said, I have to have one of these. That was like a totally different thing. So, I mean, I came from like 10th scale, electric, to large scale gas. And that's what got me hooked, and that's what I'm racing today, and loving it. I'm doing some 8 scale racing during winter time just to keep practicing. I love that too, but it's not the same as large scale. I really enjoy it. It's a really cool community, laid back, and the driving is so different from like 10 scale or 8 scale, because there's so much mass in these cars. Like they 15 kilos. They have like 30 cc engines. So everything is much. They look really slow on the track if you've seen a large scale race, but they're pretty fast actually.
Yes.
I asked the guy at the fairing track in Austria, what are the differences in the lap times between a 8 scale and a large scale? And they say, it's just a half a second between the fastest guys, so it's pretty close, but it looks slow.
Yeah,
so.
I get teased about my 5th scale fascination a lot, especially from Joseph and a couple of guys on the team. But I love 5th scale. I desperately want to do this at one point. I used to have 5th scale on-road cars back home in Bermuda. I used to race RC boats too with the liquid cooled weed eater engines, 20 the Zenoas and the quick draws. I love it. And then when I was at DNC last year in the last race at Fair Farm, Joey had the 5th scale track to the side, and I was in love with it. I watched I like the trucks. The buggies are cool too. I mean, I'm
a buggy guy.
Yeah,
that's what I'm doing. I started with trucks on the large scale, but now I'm all buggy. That's where I come from.
Yeah, but I mean they were just as fast. I mean, maybe not as nimble as an 8 scale buggy, which is obvious because they weigh more, but they can do everything that an 8 scale buggy can do. I mean, I don't think you could flip them upside down and bring them back, but I was highly impressed with them, and especially the trucks. They look so real out there. And then
I mean, there were much more real physics involved with these because they are so heavy. But you can't. I mean, you can control some of them when you jump and you're in the air, but it's not like the 10 scale or 8 scale. You can really flip around almost. You know, if you kick it back or turn up the nose or something like that, you can do some of it, but not as much. So I mean, it's also good, I think, for us when I'm over 40 now, and you don't have the same reaction time as the younger guys. So I think that also lends it well to when you're maybe not competing at the highest level anymore in 10 scale or 8 scale. Large scale is a good fallback.
That's why I want to race it.
Yeah, perfect.
And you actually race over in Europe. It's really big. I watched the large scale Euros a couple of years in a row on RC Racing TV. It's all the MCD cars, 2-wheel drive buggy, 4-wheel drive buggy. Do they have a truck as well, or is it?
Yeah. MCD has a truck and they have a 4-wheel drive. They don't have a 2-wheel drive. There are some other brands as well. There's Elcon and Altron and FG. And there's a lot of European brands that are not that big or popular in the States. And we run Lotus as well, of course. So there's about 4 or 5 brands. But Lotus is the only other brand that does, a 10 scale or 8 scale. So it would be great to see any of the other big brands getting into large scale, but of course it's a little bit smaller. It's a niche, so I understand it's not that much money in there.
Yeah, I used to have FGs back in the day. They were on-road cars. Let's talk about something, because I know one of the biggest topics I hear now in RC is about how expensive it is. And yes, RC can be expensive, but I still think it can be done on a budget and cheaper than a lot of other full-scale sports or other racing. How about the cost with 5th scale?
Yeah, I mean, of course, to be honest, to start off, they are maybe a little bit more expensive to, buy the whole kit from the start. You can get an RTR, I think about, $1,300, $1,400. But once you have that, it's not. You run the same tires for a whole season. You don't have to change tires every race or something like that. The engines, they last. If you don't drive crazy, they hold for a long time. I remember the first season I was driving a little bit more competitive. I was just spending the money on fuel pretty much. But then, of course, you want to have the upgrade parts and all that, and you can, of course, spend a lot of money. But I was talking to some 8 scale guys, and when we were starting comparing, we ended up seeing that large scale is actually cheaper when you get into it than 8 scale,
Really?
because it's more it holds up better, and it doesn't wear as much as 8 scale. And so, yeah, I would say don't let the first, amount of money scare you off. Once you have that, then you have a racer that you can drive for a whole season without doing anything really.
Well, we was talking earlier, like, I really like what Matt Olsen's doing. He's carved out a niche within a niche with his mod and his MIP
great.
work. And
I really like what I really like what he's doing in the States now with the mod TLR series. It's kind of the same kind of setup that we're doing in Sweden. We have a cup or a series that we run like 5-6 races, and you have like 1 or 2 drop races. I think that's how you have to do it. You have a series that people come back and you build this community and to really broaden the hobby and the scale. So he's doing a great job there.
Good stuff. Yes, he is. The one race that I want to go to, if I ever do one race, would be the race in Canada at that big track.
Oh yeah,
so amazing.
No, I want to go there as well. It's that track is just ridiculous.
Isn't it?
Search on YouTube for like Canadian nationals, large scale. Crazy.
It's so big. Like the cars look so small when they go down. They go around it's just like, that's insane. But it's 5th scale. They can handle it. So in my opinion.
Yeah. So that's another thing that, you have to, you don't have to have a specific track for large scale. Most clubs, they do have that. But like in Fairing, as I just mentioned, where we had the Euros, that track we drive both 8 scale and large scale on the same track. So usually the lanes has to be between 4 and 6 meters. So if you just have a good 8 scale track, you can run there.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And something's just falling. I'm making a mess of myself. 1 second. Hold on. Oh. All right, there we go. Something fell. Had to catch it. See, this is live, people, but it's also recorded. The Fairing track isn't that big either, but it was. Lane-wise, it isn't that big. For 8 scale, it is. But I watched the racing there, and it was pretty good. It was passing. It was, the cars were able to do all the jumps and whatnot. So, good stuff. Do you guys actually have a 5th scale specific track there in Sweden?
Oh yeah, we definitely do. And they're popping up new tracks all the time. So now I think we have about 7-8 tracks, and there are some new ones coming up that are building. And we had we were 3 Swedes that went to the Euros and got really excited, and were inspired by the track there in Fairing and said, let's do something like this in Sweden. So let's see next season. I think we have some dreams about maybe bringing the Euros to Sweden. Maybe in 2-3 years that would be great. But first off, we need to be a official class in the Swedish RC Association. We're not. We're like a supporting class. So we kind of need to work that out. But so we're running under the EFRA umbrella, kind of using their regulation.
Okay, good stuff. Do you have a favorite track that you like to go to, that you like to race your 5th scale one that you've been?
Yeah,
so far?
I do, but it's kind of or local. It's an hour and a half drive from me. That's kind of my local track. So I wish that I could have something closer to, so I could go and practice much more often. But the best track I've raced at is definitely the Fairing. It was an amazing track. So I'm really looking forward to the next RCGP to see, even if it's 8 scale, just to see that track, because they changed the layout of the track, so now it's a little bit different. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects the racing.
Yeah, it looks like a beautiful facility, man.
The whole facility is and the owners of that facility, they're so nice, and it's very professional. It's top notch. So I think that next will go really smoothly.
Yeah, and also racing in general in Sweden is actually pretty popular. It seems, obviously you have the winters, so you have to race indoor, or, a lot of 10 scale and indoor. A couple of guys have sent me some videos of their indoor 8-scale tracks there. Would you like in the compared to the rest of Europe? What would you say? How would you say like Sweden's RC scene is like?
Well, I think it's improving. I think last couple of years we've had some really talented young guys coming up. Of course, we have David Ronnefolk, as we all know. We have Hampus Berg that is competing in fairing as well, and there are some other. I think since David was successful with HB, I think they have picked up a lot of like Swedish drivers that that runs for HB Racing. But there are some other brands as well that has great racers. So and there is a Swedish girl, Jessica Paulson, which is great. So I
she's
think
fast.
yeah, she's really fast, and she's running for Kyosho, and there are a lot of. I think we started seeing that we can go to other countries and compete at the EOS at the indoor and just compete at that level. So I think we're definitely going to see some more Swedish talent around the tracks in international settings.
Yeah, I'd actually like to see Jessica, because I think Rhonda Drake's one of the best female drivers I've seen. She's super aggressive, and she's good. She drive me. She can drive way better than I can.
Have you seen this new pretty young girl? I think she's from the States, RC Bella or something.
Yes, Miss Bella. Miss Bella. She's from the East Coast.
Miss Bella, yeah.
Yeah, she's pretty good too. She's very young. She hasn't doing nitro yet though. She's just doing e-buggy.
She's fast too.
Yeah.
We had this Norwegian girl, Malin Carlsen. She kind of quit because there was some problem with the Norwegian RC Association. She couldn't get like a license or something. I don't know exactly what it was. That was because she was also really, talented and competing with the best of.
Yes, she was.
She was like 11 years old or something.
Yeah, it's definitely good to see more females racing. But I think, I think Jessica's really good. She drives very calculated. Like, she's very careful how she drives. I watched at DNC. I watched her at did she go to Neo last year at Rendavan? Yeah, I think so. So yeah, she's very good, and she's doing everything RC, even onward now. So
so and I think that's a good way to really be better at your main class. Is also to try other classes. Like on road gives you better lane kind of how to take the curves and all
corner
that.
Speed.
But you and that's one thing that kind of is something that is a little bit worse with large scale is that there are no women whatsoever there. So anybody that listens to this, get out there and buy a large scale.
Awesome. Yeah, I
teach
agree.
more of that.
So my next question would be to you, what is it that you really like about RC? What brought you back into RC? What keeps you in it? What do you enjoy about it?
Yeah, so I work in with a lot with computers, and I'm thinking a lot. I'm just theorizing, using my head. I was missing something that got the adrenaline going. Working with my hands. I really like, and I do a lot of kind of machining myself. So I kind of produce some parts myself to the car. I kind of like both. During wintertime, I just had like a Project Atlas. I was rebuilding my car and having a vision of how you want to improve your car, trying different things, the physics of the car setup. I like all that stuff. But in the end, it's really racing. A lot of guys that are in large scale, they like the bashing. They just get together a couple of friends and race at a big field and all that. And that's not really what I'm really into the racing part of it, because being really tight with somebody that is at the same level as you, so you're switching positions all the time, and you feel the adrenaline. You're trying to compose yourself and getting out of a race after that you could win or you can lose. It doesn't matter. It's what's happening out there on the track that gets you exhilarated, and then in the end, it's also with you meet so much great people that we're talking here. I didn't know you like a couple of months ago. So meeting new friends and just traveling around. We had a great vacation last year when we went to the Euros in Austria. 3 weeks with RV, and we never been able to experience that if I wasn't into RC. Mm-hmm. So it's a whole package. There are many things.
Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. I say this all the time. We all have to work together. I know, we talk a lot about things like, especially the RCGP thing and whatnot, but I try to push all forms of RC. I just love RC altogether. I've even had RC sailboats at one point. So
yeah, me too. I fly the drones. I have like a crawler. Mm-hmm. I have. I just bought my first on-road car. Actually, I hadn't had that before. A 10th scale. I have like really small ones that I can actually run indoor in the basement. And I have my son, he has a boat. So yeah, I like all RC as well. I was actually looking to get into helicopters or planes before I was doing the cars when I was like 10 years old. But I'm pretty happy that I didn't do that. They were so expensive, and at that age you don't have that much money, and the equipment at that time, it was so hard to control. So I would probably have just crashed that helicopter and never touched it again.
Yeah, that's crazy. I never have flown. I haven't flown yet. So I haven't gotten to that yet. I think it's just a little bit too expensive to crash. Tell me something you would like to see change in RC.
Well, there's a lot of things that I would like to see change. First of all, I think since it's the hobby itself, even if we have a lot of different classes, I run a small class in something, a hobby that is small in itself. I think we need to treat each other better. We need to be positive and, just have positive experiences here. We're too small of a community to start, giving each other shit about, stuff that really doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. In the end, we're doing this because it's fun. Mm-hmm. So I think that is something sometimes we need to grow up and see, I just heard, I was at a motivational speech like a couple of weeks ago, and there was this guy that said, if you're in a discussion with somebody, tell you this 3 times. I could be wrong, I could be wrong, I could be wrong. And then, see, maybe you have a part in the whole discussion as well. So it's not just about others. You can only change yourself. So that's something, because we're, there with social media, it's so easy to just sit there behind your keyboard and it's, you just want to reply on something that you think is wrong, or somebody that has a different opinion. Tell you that thing 3 times, or just take, count to 10 and see if you're still feeling the same after that. So that's one thing that just brings bad, stuff to the hobby. Then, of course, I love to watch racing as well. Since I love racing, I also like to see others race and kind of, see how they take the lines, the curves, and how they jump, and through that get maybe better myself, but also just as a pure entertainment. So I kind of always watch live RC and racing TV and whatever when it's something great on. But I want to see the best kind of compete to each other. I want that close racing. It was kind of boring at the Worlds when Ongaro just took off, and then he was, there was no drama anymore. I want to see to the finish line, who's going to win that. And that is, of course, through just being good entertainment. You want to have drama, and then just try to get this up to a little bit higher level, from a professional level. And I would, of course, like to have more people join in. I would lie if I could say that I have the answer to that. I think there's a lot of different things we can do in our local communities, how we can get younger kids in, reach out to schools and see, if you can have programs there. You can, because all schools, they have classes in technology and mechanics, so you could take your car there and explain to them how that works, and that could be part of their kind of how they teach mechanics, and then they can try that, and so you can try to be a little bit more, innovative in how you try to promote this.
I agree.
I know we try to promote it through websites and YouTube channels and all that, but it will mostly reach to the people that are already in the sport. We need to find new channels to reach out to new ones.
I totally agree. I'm all about making RC cool, making it a little bit more professional, and presenting that to people, and then that hopefully brings new people in, because we definitely need new people in. The more new people we get in the hobby, the better it is for the tracks, the better it is for the clubs, hobby shops, manufacturers, everybody, So
yeah, it's also when we get new people in, it's also how we treat them once they're in.
I agree.
So you can't just come in there and don't help them out, or just compete at the highest level, and they like, I can't, this is not for me. You should never feel like you're stupid or you don't understand, or I can't drive or anything like that. We have all been there, so we really need to be. You could maybe I come from, as I said, I help a lot of companies with advisory. So you can have like a mentoring, coaching thing. So have a young driver and more senior driver, and actually they could help each other, because sometimes the senior driver, they need to start looking at through the eyes of the beginner as well, to find maybe some of the enjoyment that you had when you were new at the sports, because you kind of forgot that sometimes.
I totally agree. We're all responsible to be ambassadors for the hobby.
Yeah,
I feel. All right. Well, my final question would be to you, Connie, is do you have a favorite driver? Obviously, I get it that you like the ferrying race, but do you have a favorite driver in RC that you think is just pretty badass?
Yeah, I would lie if I didn't pick a Swede here. It's Ronnefalk, of course, the Viking. I'm always rooting for him. He had a couple of bad lucks here with the Worlds and now with RCGP with the tires. But I know he's the best. He will beat anybody any day if everything works fine. But all time, I think Masami Hirosaka is my kind of, because he was so big when I started, and he was driving the same car as I was driving. So he's kind of my kind of all-time idol. But right now, David is man.
Yes, I like David too. He approaches it from at a very professional attitude. I'm not saying that the other guys don't, but his attitude seems to be very, he's extremely serious about this, and the way he approaches it is what I would expect, like how I would think that maybe somebody like Kimi Räikkönen or a professional full-scale racer approaches it.
Exactly. That's another thing I really think he brings to the hobby. He's, as you said, he's very professional. He's really, practicing a lot, but also his whole social media, how he handles that with his YouTube videos and his blog posts. And also when he writes, he tries to stay calm and write, from a good position, not trying to start any drama or all that. So, yeah. Cool.
Yeah, man. Well, Connie, before we go, you showed me your website that you do your little blog. Let's plug that so people can check that out, because I know you're avid and you're trying to spread the fifth scale love, and I'm all about fifth scale. So what's your website called?
So it's pixits.racing. So PIXITS.racing. So that's just my personal blog. I mostly write about large scale, but also some 8 scale and everything off-road really. So if you're maybe interested in what large scale is all about, I have a lot of different reviews, and you can go and see track walks, and I link to other large scale things. So yeah, that's your site for large scale racing. And I also have Team Pixels Racing on Facebook. Search for me there and see more stuff.
Good stuff, Connie. Well, thank you for your time. I appreciate you coming on and telling us a little bit more about fifth scale. Keep up the good work that you're doing there, man. And hopefully I'll be getting me one of these cars and maybe we'll race together one day. We'll see. So,
Yeah, thanks for having me, Keenan. That was great.
All right, dude. Before you go, did you want to shout out to anybody before we signed off?
Sure. I mean, I would give some, of course, to Matthew Olsen at Mod. He's helping me a lot. TLR, who's sponsoring me. MRCP, it's a French company in large scale, all about engineering, and Innovative RC. They're helping my program and get me my best RC car I can get out there on the track, and then it's up to me if I can handle the car on the track.
Good stuff, man. All right, well, have fun. I know summer's coming, so you'll be racing soon, or summer's there almost. And enjoy your racing this week, this season, dude. And we'll be in touch. Thank you for your time.
Bye.
Before I go into the JQ Racing Rant, I like to put this disclaimer out there. This disclaimer is for people who have young children who might be listening to the podcast. This is the part of the podcast where it gets a little rowdy, it's got cursing in it, jokes and whatnot, just banter that we would be doing normally as men or adults at the track in the pits. I fully get that a lot of people don't like that, and that's fine. So if this ends your podcast experience for this episode, we greatly appreciate your support. Thank you all. We can't do it without you, and we look forward to bringing you the next episode. If this doesn't end your podcast experience, please enjoy the JQ Racing Rant. And remember, nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills, and if you aren't having fun, it doesn't make sense.
We are now at that point of the show where you should fasten those seatbelts and put your big boy pants on. Whoa. Things are about to get serious. It's time for the JQ Racing Rant.
Yes, it's that time of the podcast where you got to put your big boy pants on and put your snowflake drop your snowflake level down to 0 because things are about to get serious. And this week, the return of the Jeff, even though it's loud because he's driving. What's up, Jeff? What's up, Joseph?
Nada. I am doing fan-freaking-tastic. I am off for the day. It is time to have a good weekend.
Oh, yeah?
You know what? It's this time. You know what that sound is?
A long drink.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
you're gonna need it.
Original.
So
I hope that's not your first one because you need at least 3 or 4 to be able to put up with my bullshit.
It's the first one. I'm good. I'm all relaxed. I blocked you on Facebook. I blocked Gibby on Facebook. It's all good. It's like, yeah.
Is your life? Let me ask you a question. Is your life genuinely better since you blocked me on Facebook?
Honestly, it is.
I figured it would.
I seriously have noticed that I'm happier. I wake up in the morning. I'm more rested. Like it really has made a significant difference to my mental state. Just not having to put up with all that bullshit. Only a true shit fountain can manage to spew out.
Well, I for one, see, this is what people just can't seem to freaking understand. All right, I am here to make everybody's lives better. I am put on this planet to make everybody's lives better. And
yeah, everybody whose name is.
I found a way to make your life better. Your life is significantly better today because of me. So you can thank me. That's all I want is just a simple thank you, Jeff. Thank you for making Jeff, my life significantly better.
Yeah, significantly better because you made it significantly worse first. I was doing fine, and then you came in there and started ruining it.
Well, you gotta have your bottom. You gotta hit bottom before you can start rising up to the top again. So I've made you hit bottom. I've made you see where the bottom line is, And now you get to rise back up. And when you rise back up, Joseph, when you come back up to the top, you are going to be an amazing human being. You are going to be stronger. You're going to be smarter. You're going to be more driven. You're going to be more educated. You're going to be able to handle shit fountains like myself better going forward because of me. So thank me. Thank me. That's all I want.
I'm dying here.
Wait. Have you, during your break now, taken up motivational speaking or something? Have you taken up motivational speaking or something?
No, I've always been like this. You're just now figuring out how great of a person I am, how good I am for you and your brand, all of your brand, all 1,000. How many companies you got now? Like, there's got to be 400 or 500 of them. I mean, but all of them, I'm making all of them better.
I once read in a book that most companies fail, so I just start enough of them so that at least one succeeds.
Well, your odds increase. The more companies you have, the odds increase that one of them actually might turn a profit. Now, in your case, we'll see.
Hey,
but anyway, I do have to give you this, because one thing you said there kind of struck a chord, because you said, I'm not going to repeat what you said. I mean, you were going on a long rant there, but basically the gist of it was that you're making me a better person and stronger person and preparing me, for real life's perils. And
right.
To be honest, like, I'm capable of dealing with snowflakes a lot better now, because I've kind of gone through the tough school of dealing with shit fountains and fake news. So now when it came up in this sort of in the RTGP sphere, I was prepared. I was able to deal with it. I didn't go on any rants. I didn't reply. I didn't respond. I was just quiet, and I took it. I was like, yeah, this guy's feelings are hurt, and he's crying right now. So that's
you
it.
Did.
And I just dealt with it.
You were a lot more intelligent in how you handled that situation. However, where you did kind of go wrong just slightly is your little Padawan, your little mini-me, your little boy wonder,
about
Max, who was your mouthpiece, and I get it. That's
no.
Everybody needs a mouthpiece.
That's not true. No, I have not told him to comment anything on anything.
You don't have to tell him. He just knows. He is you,
he just
right?
Knows.
He is a younger version of you. So he knows what you're thinking, and he's just repeating what you're thinking, right?
Okay.
And so you're still getting your message out there. You're just going through somebody else. And you don't even have to tell him, because that's just, he's like
right.
you. He's your younger you. And that's cool. And I like that, because, Max is fun to mess with. He's young, and he's, still little virgin and I trust me, I will break him in very well. I will teach him the ways just like I'm teaching you.
Oh my God, this is epic. So Jeff, you're going to Savannah this weekend. Joseph, you decked out on your motocross bike yesterday and almost broke your arm.
Are you trying to be like Tebow? Tebow broke his shit too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I saw that post. It's crazy. Hey, I never even thought about that. Like, somebody, off tangent, somebody said to me one time, I always wondered, like, I saw Spencer Rivkin's dad term marshaling for him, and I was like, I think that's kind of messed up. But then my buddy put it to me, he's like, yeah, what if Rivkin goes out there and breaks his hand or breaks a finger? You know what I mean? Then he can't race. That's what he's here for, to race. So,
wait, who cares about that? I want to go back to Joseph
Jesus.
falling off his little bicycle here. So, so you're running your bike, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And how you got to give me? I need some visual. I need detail.
Okay,
how did this happen?
So there's this long sweeper on the track. So the first part of the sweeper, it's good for practicing standing up through a corner. Then there's this sort of what would you call it? Like, it's not a jump. It's like this single, or like a hill. So you go up a bit of a hill, and then you go down, and then the corner tightens up. So you kind of stand all the way through up the hill, and then as it starts going down, you sit down and you do that corner, and there's a bit of a a rut. There was a bit of a rut there that I was going through, like practicing this corner over and over. So then I come over that hill, I sit down, I didn't even have time to sit down yet. So right after that, there was a stone in the rut. So I'm cornering, so I'm leaned over, and my front wheel pops over that stone, and I just face plant right there. Boom, done.
So did you go over the bars?
No, like I fell to the side.
You just fell to the side. Oh, yeah. That sucks.
what do you mean?
I was really hoping that we had some tuck and roll going on here.
He's had them.
Did anybody take video? No video?
No, only photographs allowed. No videos allowed because I'm too slow. Like photographs, they can look good even when you're going slow.
Yeah,
right.
He's also broken his hand where it's turned the other way and stuff like that. He needs to give up this motocross stuff. But
it happens sometimes, you know.
So how's our injury? Is what, your hand? Is your hand just a little hurt?
No, nothing like Tebow. Tebow's looked serious, but I just
does
got
Tebow's look serious?
Scratches.
Yeah.
It's not even a real cast.
It's
not even a real cast. It's like
a real one.
Isn't it like just a bandaged cast?
No, it's a
An
cast.
actual cast?
No,
it is an actual cast.
They have different types of casts nowadays. I don't know. I haven't broke a bone in a long time.
already saw some memes going around and.
Oh, I've gotten like 3 of them. The best one I saw was Techno pays Tebow to win the Nationals. Tebow breaks arm before the Nationals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
I saw one with a bit more colorful, but the same idea.
Yeah, but I mean, just think about it. What if he did, like, in the long time, what if he did break his arm and he couldn't race? Like, he would miss out on so much money. Or, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, how is he going to race? I mean,
I don't know.
How can you race?
It looks like his steering hand, so he can still probably steer. He still got his...
Yeah. He still has his fingers.
Yeah.
He should be okay. Yeah. It's worse when it's the left hand or left arm, because you need throttle control, and that's harder. Like, I think the steering will be okay.
All right. Oh. So, Jeff, we got you back. You and Joseph are hopefully kissing and making up, becoming friends again. Thank you for the...
Look, that's never been an issue. I blocked Jeff because of the negativity. Like, I can handle it. Like, personally, I can handle it, all of that jazz. But he was bringing RCGP down. That was the problem. RCGP is not JQ. It's different. Like, JQ Racing, that's all me, you know, whatever. My name's on it, you know? So, that's one thing. I can deal with that. He can talk shit on that all day long. But RCGP is different. That's other people's money, other people's hopes and dreams, other companies in RC involved. We can't have all that negativity there. That doesn't fly. So I had to do something, and I made the decision to block Jeff's ass.
And you know what? And I completely and 100% agree with what he did. I think that was the smartest thing he could have done, was block me. Besides, you know how much satisfaction I have gotten out of that, to know that the owner of the company in which I drive his car blocks me on Facebook. Like, that is, I would like to know if that's ever happened to anybody else in RC, because if I'm the first to actually have the owner of the company block them, and yet you still race their car and their brand, that's like epic. Like, that's
you know what that is? That's really low class.
It is low class, but you know, I'm okay with that.
Hashtag low class.
I pit in the damn trailer park. I'm good. You know, shit.
It's funny, man.
Oh my god.
So we kind of missed you on the rant last week. I mean, a lot of it's been coordinating as well, because Joseph's now in Finland and he's not 12 hours ahead, and you and I are on the same East Coast time, and it's kind of difficult. But you're off today, so I guess we're gonna have to start doing our rants on the weekends or Fridays when you're off. We really wanted you on this week's rant, which was, is RC too expensive? But you have something you want to rant about. Actually, we have 2 rants, I think, right, Jeff? You have 2 rants you want to rant about?
Do I?
Yeah. I don't know. Did you forget from last night?
What the hell were we going to rant? Oh, wait. I think I remember.
Mm-hmm.
I think. I got to look at our messages.
I think it was one about entry fees, cost of entry fees, and engine break-in machines.
the braking machines. That's what it was.
Oh,
that,
God.
Yes.
That one
My
could go
engine
south
braking
quickly.
machines. Yes. That's the main one, was the engine braking machine.
All right, well, let's do that. Because I have my opinions on that too.
Okay. So my issue with all this new and improved engine braking shit, right? I kind of think and kind of feel like we've already established from previous rants that we racers are fucking idiots. Like we're the dumbest people on the planet. We've established this from previous rants. And yet the engine braking machines are continuing to prove just how stupid we can be. And simply because the engine braking machines and the new process and the cost of those machines is ridiculous. And to send motors off to Drake or to whoever else is promoting or saying that they're doing this shit, to me, not only is it a complete waste of money, but it's showing just how lazy we as racers have become. So not only now are we expecting to try and find a way to do this hobby cheaper, or we're going to go bitch about, price of tires or price of something else, but yet we have no price of entry fees, which we'll get into, but yet we have no problem spending $50 to go break in a machine, or in some cases these people are paying $500, $600, $700 to buy a fucking break-in machine that they're going to use like once a year, if that, and then the use of it is stupid. Like, it is ridiculous. And the latest one, the one that really got me, and this is not a knock on Lutz or anything, because I love Lutz. Like, if I could ever sleep with another RC driver, it's going to be Lutz, because that dude's just amazing. Like, he's a great guy, right? So that machine that he is promoting, that is the height of stupidity to me. Like, that machine is basically doing everything that you do when you drop your motor in your car, except now instead of you driving your car in circles in your damn driveway, it's a machine that does it right there on the table for you, right? Now, I get it's looks easier and maybe it's cool and all that stuff, but the price of that machine to save the laziness of having to drive your car in circles on the driveway, that to me is just insane. Like, it is freaking stupid.
How much is it?
Like over $1,000, I think.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah, it's like $1,000, and it's like,
why?
I don't get it though. And the oil bath deals, like, what is the point of the oil bath thing, right? They're saying, oh, it's easier to break in it's easier on your motors. It's easier to break them in. You get a motor back from somebody who did the oil bath, like what Drake's doing. You still have to break it in. You still have to put the motor in your car. You still got to run it rich a couple times in circles on your driveway, and then you can go put it on the track.
Joseph, stop wrenching.
You're breaking the damn motor in. Like, it's not doing anything. And there's nothing that's saying, oh, this is going to make the motors last longer, or it's going to make them better, or they're going to run better. None of that shit is proven or even true. Like, it's just another way to take that initial pinch out of the motor. Like, how lazy have we become as racers?
Just buy a wrench
that we can't fucking do that ourselves.
Just get a Reds and you don't have that initial pinch.
Well, if you get a Reds, the thing's never going to run. Like, that's the problem there.
Okay, here we go. Now we're crossing the line. Okay. I never had a flame out.
But you get my point. Like, what is the point of these break-in machines? Why are we spending all this money for these stupid break-in machines when the process of actually breaking in a motor is simple? It's easy. It's not hard to do. It takes 2 hours, if that. And
it's just a fad. It's like those digital camber gauges, You will pass. My real question is, if I send Drake an engine, like, how will it get broken in? Like, what do I get back?
Well,
is he going to have instead of oil bath, he'll have like a sandblast?
He'll sandblast your engine for sure. I'm pretty sure. Definitely.
Maybe we should give it a try.
Yeah. I mean, okay, I understand where you're coming from as well, Jeff. I mean, I break in engines like we've been in this hobby for a long time, all of us, so we know what we're doing. There are people out there that don't know what they're doing. There are new people out there that don't know what they're doing. So I think maybe having an engine break-in service is good for them, because I know I was trying to walk a guy through it the other day, a couple of weeks ago, and it was just like, look, dude, when you go to the track, get somebody to help you out, because some people out there don't know, like guys like, I need to go, I don't have no factory settings for the carburetor and all this stuff. Like, I don't even use factory settings on carburetors, So yes, having an engine break-in service is good. Just like some people out there have the carb rebuilding service. I think that's all good. But to actually go out and buy a machine just to use for your personal use, you have money to spend, I think. And you could probably spend that on tires instead of an engine break-in machine.
Well, it's still a gimmick. Even the guys that have the money that say, "Oh, I'm going to go buy this machine," right? I guarantee you 99% of those guys are like, "Oh, I'm going to go buy this machine to break in my own engines, and then I'll charge other people to break in their engines." Like,
how much do they charge?
$50, I believe it is.
Everybody in this hobby, damn near everybody in this hobby, is always looking for an angle to make $1. And they try and make the $1 off the fucking new guys that come into the hobby and all that other shit. But even that guy that you're talking about that says, "Oh, I'm new to the hobby. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to break in a motor and all that stuff. I'm going to send my motor off to whoever, go get it broke in," right? He's still going to get the motor back. And he's still, if he has no clue what the hell he's doing, he's still in the same boat as he was when he fucking sent the motor off, because the motor's still not going to be tuned right. He's still going to have to tune it. He still has to break it in. Even with the EB machines, you still got to break in the motor after you get them back.
Yeah.
How long do you have to break them in after that? Isn't it just like tune it and go?
They're saying 2 tanks, 2 to 3 tanks.
Yeah.
Oh. And so you still have to kind of know what you're doing.
Yeah, the techno guys say once you get the motor back, it's 3 tanks. 1 on the bench, 1 rich driving in circles, and then 1 rich on the track, and then you can go to a race tune. So you're still talking 3 tanks before it's ready for a race tune.
I broke in an engine last year at the Nationals. You know where? In the practice sessions and qualifiers. I think it dropped its nuts around the 3rd or 4th qualifier. We put a race tune in that thing and just sent it. And that engine to this day still starts and works.
My bullet engine, the one that I got in my car right now, I bought that motor at SIC. I broke it in at SIC. I ran that motor at the mains at SIC, and it is got at minimum 6 to 7 gallons on it right now, and it is still fucking running strong.
Yeah.
Like, this whole break-in thing is people are so scared of it, and they're so worried about it, and it's like this big driven thing, and freaking Tessman and everybody in the world has videos out there on how to break in a motor, and they're like, Tessman's video it takes 5-6 hours to break it. Like, that's bullshit. It doesn't take that long.
I never spend that long. No.
2 hours at max, at the most 2 hours of running the motor, getting it warm, letting it cool, getting it warm, letting it cool, and you're good to go. Like, it's not difficult. And people just need to stop being scared of it. And you're right. You do need to get at least somebody that kind of sort of knows their shit, just so you can get the thing running and stay running for a tank on the bench. But once you get past that, it's a no-brainer. It's easy.
Yeah, I agree.
And these motor break-in things, it's just a gimmick. It is such a gimmick, and everybody is jumping on this bandwagon. Like, people won't even run motors now because, I gotta send it off to get it broken. Bullshit. Like, that's you're pissing away money. You're pissing it away, and it's meaningless. It doesn't make the motor better. It doesn't make it last longer. It doesn't do shit.
Sounds like we need to start an engine braking service.
Yeah, well,
right. Well, that could be a new business. I mean, you need 50 for one to succeed. So you're on like 48, I think.
I would, like, for me, if like, I don't knock anybody's hustle. Like, if you're gonna get one of these machines and you're gonna break in engines, that's great. For me, let's say this is my instance where I would use one of these machines. I'm coming to America to a race. I don't want to ship that engine all the way here, but I also want it broken in before, like, I'm getting to the race and I want to just go drive. I would then get one of my motors, a brand new motor, shipped to these guys, broken in, shipped back to wherever I'm going to be racing, and then when I get to the race, I just pop it in, 3 tanks, and then I can go. I'm happy with that. But, I mean, if I had time, I wouldn't personally just send it off. Like, I would take that money and buy fuel and then break it in. You know, I don't know. Maybe I have to talk to my buddy. He's really deep into it. He has a machine. He's doing it up in Canada. We talk a lot. He tells me all these different things. He told me it's like 8 hours to break one of these engines in properly with the oil bath. So just think about it. Like, you got to pay for the oil, and he says you have to monitor them. It's not like you can just leave them. You have to, like the EBIS ones, you have to monitor them and check the temperature of the oils and stuff like that. So you got to pay for the oil, the electricity to run it. Like, I don't really think guys are making a lot of money off breaking in engines. But, I mean...
Sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah.
It is. Well, and if you look at the one that Lutz is promoting, like, that's basically sticking a motor in your car and doing what we have been doing for decades, you know? But it's a cool little machine, and that shit does it for you, but you still have to kind of tune the motor because it's still running the motor. The machine itself is running the motor. Now, and the machine's badass. Like, whoever designed this machine is on point. That's a smart fucker right there. That dude is on point, whoever designed that thing, because it's cool. It looks neat, and I'm sure it'd be fun to play with. But if you got the kind of money to go buy that machine, then you're an idiot. Because you should take that money and go buy tires and go to the damn track and run the shit out of your car and then go buy another car because you wore that car out.
Yeah.
Like, that's what's going to make you better, not buying this cool machine to go break in a motor that, you know, is going to sit on your bench for 6 to 8 months until you go buy another machine or buy another motor. You know?
He doesn't sell those EBIS machines no more, though. He's not making them anymore, I was told as well. So you can't even buy them. You have to buy them secondhand now.
Well, RC Target has a knockoff version.
Yeah, I've seen that. I mean, this kind of goes into what we kind of talked about on last week's rant about, is RC too expensive? And we kind of said you can make it as expensive as you want, but you can also do it as cheaply as possible as well. And this is probably one of those things that you don't need. Like I said, I'm not knocking anybody who wants to go get one or get an engine done. But
I am.
I know you are.
Yeah,
but I mean,
my point was just going to be that as long as it doesn't get to the point where new people think that they have to do it this way.
Well, they kind of like I
but
heard
that's
people.
where it is.
Yeah.
People are saying, "Oh, I can't go run this weekend because I just got a brand new motor and I got to ship it off to."
Yeah, that's a problem.
So like, it's stupid. No, you don't. And I can't tell you a dozen people. Yo, send me your damn motor. Like, I'll break it in. And to me, this is the part of this industry that I'm really getting frustrated with, because everybody's in this to make a dollar, right? And to me, and I get, like, to Joseph, this is a business, and to a lot of people, it's a business, right? There's a business aspect to this hobby. But to me, it is a hobby. Like, this is what I do for fun. I'm not making money. I'm not going to make money. I'm not going to be a pro driver. I'm not going to do anything. I am in this hobby to go to a race, have a good time, have some laughs, play with my cars, and go home. Like, that's my job in this hobby. And so the problem is we're getting away from the hobby part of this. And people are getting to the point where they won't do shit unless you're paying them in some way, shape, or form. And now it's to the same thing with engines. Like, yo, call me up. I'll break in your motor for free, and we'll have a beer and share some fucking laughs and enjoy, 2 hours of our company and then go on your merry way. Like, I don't need to charge you $50 to break in a motor and never see you.
And also person learns.
Bring me a beer. I'll break in your ship for liquor. Like, that's how you can repay me if you want.
But
that's what's good about the European sort of club culture. More like it's a club. The track is a club, and it's less like business minded, and it's more like getting a group of people together and have fun. So when someone new comes in, then people help them, and they kind of become a member of the club and go there and have fun on the weekends or whatever. And yeah.
I think, and to me, we're getting away from that. We're losing that aspect of this. Which, look, it's a freaking hobby. You know, you can have the professional side, your RCGP bullshit. You know, you can have all that professional side of the industry all you want, but there's still an element that this is a hobby to 80% of the people in this. It's a hobby, and it will always be just a hobby. And in my opinion,
the RCGP will help that, because if it works out, then it will be there'll be a more clear line. It's like, okay, so the RCGP is professional. You know, the World Championships is professional, European Championships professional, and then the rest, that's a hobby. You know. Yeah. The companies focus more on the professional race series, and then the rest is more like for fun.
Yeah.
More for fun. Like, yeah, you know, Mayfield, it's more important that you go and help this Mugen driver in the pits right now than, you know, stress about your shock oil setting, you know, at this race. Because you can do well anyway. But then RCGP is that's where you make the money. That's where you have to win. Like, that's the professional race. So there's no separation like that right now, and hopefully in the future we'll have that.
I agree with you though,
but
Jeff.
That's part of the problem though, is that with all these races and all these regional races and all this sponsorship stuff, it all links together. But you can still have the sponsorships and it still be a hobby. But I don't know, man. It's just, to me, it seems like everybody is in this to. They think they're going to be the next Mayfield. They think that they need to come up with a gimmick to make money so that they can afford this in the first place, because they can't pay to go to all these races. They can't travel. So we got to start painting bodies. That's another way to make money. Oh, I got to paint bodies. I'm going to start painting bodies, and that way I can afford to pay for my hobby.
Yeah.
I got to buy $1,000 engine braking machine so I can make $30 or $50 and break in a motor for somebody, or, you know. And then now you got all this new shit. Well, it's not even new, because I bitched about this a while back, but these people that are saying, like the pro drivers now too, a lot of them are doing that, where they're offering their services to build kits, and I get that on the pro side. Like if it's a legit pro driver, Lutz, Mayfield, somebody of that caliber that says, yeah, I'll build you a car and I'm going to charge you this, because that's their job, right? Their job is this hobby. But you're getting these no-name people. Like, I don't know who the fuck some of these people are, and they're popping up with Facebook pages. Oh, so-and-so's maintenance page, call me up and I'll work on your shit, but I'm going to charge you. Like, why? What happened to, hey, let me rebuild your diff because I want to hang out and, you know, help you out. You're struggling at the track. Let me come over and tune your motor. But no, it's getting to the point where, oh, hey, buddy, you're struggling there. You can really use some help. Pay me $20 and I'll tune your motor for you. Like, that's where we're going. And it fucking sucks and it's stupid.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I agree with a lot about, like what Joseph said about the club culture in RC. It's big in Europe and UK, and probably, I don't know how it is in Asia, but in America, it's very few. Like, you do have some clubs. Like, I would say a great example of a club culture, but it's attached to a hobby shop and track, is probably Indy RC. Also, Flowwood down in Mississippi's like that as well. Everybody helps them out. So I don't know, man. OCRC is probably similar to that, like Joseph. Lots of regular guys go there, but we definitely are missing that, man. And I don't know. I don't know what to say.
I do. We need to get back to just doing shit to help each other out, because that's what we do.
And having fun.
For like a right-wing Republican capitalist, Jeff is awfully liberal. Sounds like a socialist to me. Like let's all help each other out. You know, make sure everyone has fun.
Now we're gonna e-buggy this.
Sounds like exactly what I would say.
Well,
interesting observation.
I would use the word positive, but I've recently been called a toxic person, so I'm not. I'm not very positive. Although I do feel like I have a very nice balance of, fuck yous and positive feedback as well.
Who called you?
Joseph, you are a
person?
prime example of this. I made your life a living hell, but today you are a better person because of it.
So when's Rhonda and Adam gonna become better people now then?
Adam will never like me, so I'm not, But you still have a chance. You have a chance with Adam.
Yeah, I mean, I have a shot because I like Adam and you don't like him, so that's the problem.
No. There's a no. That's not true. I have no issues with Adam, but I also know that when somebody has an issue like Adam does with me, see, like your issue with me is I'm gonna just block you on Facebook so I don't have to listen to your shit kind of thing. Like that's okay. Like I can still hang out with you. We can still have a drink together. We can still bullshit. We can do a podcast together, right? Who cares? But Adam, he's too vindictive. Like that guy is super vindictive. So when he don't like you, like you're dead to him. You can't do nothing. You are dead to him. And that's where I'm at with Adam. So it's a one-sided affair. Like I love Adam. I would kiss Adam tomorrow if he would allow it. But it is
I don't know what it is, but it's Keenan, don't you think Jeff is becoming a bit of a gay liberal here?
No, I think
gay liberal?
No, Jeff.
Gay socialist.
No,
kissing men and everyone should have fun and
I'll kiss anybody.
Have as much fun and enjoy it.
I like
and help each other.
You can't. I'm not gay. I'm bi. So I'm not like I'll kiss anybody. I don't. I'm not racist. I'm not racist. I'm not anything. I love all people.
Yeah.
But I will give all people shit. It doesn't matter who you are or what you stand for or how powerful you are or how weak you are or how successful you are or how stupid you are. I treat everybody the same. Like, I'm going to treat you like shit, and I'll treat Keenan like shit, but I will make sure that I kiss you and make up for the shit that I give you. If you allow it.
Yeah, I'm not bi. I'm straight.
Well, you don't have to be bi. You don't have to be. I'll blow kisses to you. You don't we don't have to actually have lips touch. Like I'm not down that way, but I will show my affection in a way that is acceptable to you. How's that?
Okay. Yeah,
All right.
That's okay.
All right. Well, no kissing and making up on this podcast. I don't know.
Well, the fact still remains as far as us goes. Like Joseph still blocks me. Like I'm still blocked, and you're still on timeout for an indefinite period. I don't. And I'm okay with that. Like I'm completely okay with that because if I need something, I have Keenan, and Keenan is definitely a lot more. What would be a good word to use? He is a lot more
human,
easygoing. He's not so high strung and worried about me.
I knew this coming in. That's why I'm not too worried about it. I've been watching you, like you making me laugh for years. So you got to take, like I tell everything. It's a yin and a yang, good and bad, positive and negative. You got to take that with everybody. So that's how I look at it. Like Joseph, I take his bad stuff. I want to kick him in his nuts, but
But see, Joseph, the problem with Joseph is I haven't seen the good side yet.
I have seen it.
It's all been bad. So I'm still waiting for the good shit.
Yeah. All right. Well, this was a good rant, and then I don't know what you guys think about the engine break-in machines, but I'm kind of mixed. I wouldn't buy one, but if I had to get my engine sent off, I would. So.
So what about my other issue? my entry fee issue.
Well, we're kind of we're on 37 minutes now. We're gonna go on that. We're gonna go on a whole. Well, shit. Let's do it.
Well, I mean, this is my welcome back to the podcast. You know, after you put me in timeout and kicked me off for however many weeks.
Another socialist policy.
You and your socialism, like this has nothing to do with
learned
that
it.
shit.
I've learned it on Facebook from my American friends.
Yeah.
All right.
You have friends?
Yeah, Facebook friends.
Just because they're listed as friends on Facebook doesn't make them your friend. You do realize that, right? Like, that's not a friend. That's just somebody who's following you.
Friends, it says.
All right. Well, do you briefly want to talk about entry fees, or
I would love to talk about entry fees because especially with this recent thing that's gone on over in North Carolina, like that shit's just funny.
Oh, right? The $20 oh yeah, Joseph, I didn't even tell you about that.
So like entry fees in general to me are getting stupid. Because again, I think there's a twofold to this, because there's a point where we as racers are just stupid. We've covered this, but like the regional races and the nationals and all those stuff where the entry fees are getting up to $100 an entry, no other breaks. Like it's $100 an entry, however many entries you want, it's $100. 90, some are 60, all that shit. But my question is at some point, right? Because we're getting away from the hobby side. So now it's become, we have to go to all these regional races. We can't do club races anymore because we have to save all the money we can possibly save to go to this regional race. So between the travel and the preparing to go to this race and the entry fees to this race, like they have no other money to go club racing now. And so my question is the regional races, like they have to make money. They're in this to make money, but they're getting like these 600 and 700 and 800 entry counts to their races, and yet they're charging, the entry fees keep going up and up and up, right? It seems like they're constantly rising. And so
like
to me,
Degani always says, how do you like your $60 club race? And instead of a club race being $20 or something, you go to some regional event or JBRL or whatever, and it's $60. But it's like any other club race.
Right. And I mean, I don't fault the promoters for that because, they're spending the money to put the race on and they're fronting all that money and they got to make money. And I get all that. Like, I have no issues with that. It's their business. They're in this to make money. They're going to make their money and all that good stuff. But at what point can we racers, and I'm just as guilty as this as anybody, so I can't even, I'm not singling anybody out because I'm just as stupid as everybody else. But at some point, we as racers, when are we going to smarten up and say, you know what? I can't pay $100, and most cases it's going to be $200 and $300 because you're going to run 2 or 3 classes, especially when you go to the bigger events, because you don't want to sit around all day. So you're spending $200 and $300 to go to this race for 2 or 3 days. When, at some point, when are we going to get smarter and be like, yeah, that's just a little steep. Like, I would much rather go to these smaller, closer races that are $35 an entry and you get a trophy. And sometimes the trophy's better than the ones at the major regional races, back to our cardboard thing. But it's like at some point we have to kind of take back the control of saying, no, we're not going to pay that. Like, that's just too much. And the promoters aren't going to change because as long as they're getting the $600 and $700 and $800 entry count, they're not going to change their fees because we're paying it, right? So we as racers have to come back and say, no, I'm not going to pay that. I'm going to stop paying that much. And then when the entry counts come down, so will the entry fees. When they start getting 200 and 300 and 400, they're going to be like, oh, maybe if we lower the entry fee, we'll start getting some of those racers back. Oh, shit. There's the thought, right? So we got to come back to the racers got to smarten up. And and take back control over how much we're willing to spend in this.
My thing with the entry fees is if you're going to charge more than a local race, then you need to provide something more also. And the problem, especially with the American races, is they don't provide anything more. I mean, if you want to be like a race that attracts international drivers and stuff, and you don't even offer tables and chairs or power or lights or a compressor or anything, you know, then like, what are you offering? Just you build a track and then you expect the drivers to bring everything?
Yeah,
it's just stupid.
I agree. I think it is. And then so now we have, and then what kind of brought a lot of this on is this deal up in North Carolina, right? So up in North Carolina, it's a carpet track, right, Keenan?
Yeah, it's it's in a mall or something too, I believe. So
yeah, so this guy has this little carpet track up in the mall, and he was like, his fee schedule, like it was $25 to practice. I don't know all the specifics. I got caught up in all the comments and stuff, but there was
$25.
He's like
for
$25 just to practice, right?
Wow.
And then you practice, and then you got to pay another fee to actually race. So like right now, it's you pay $20 to go race, but your practice is included before the race. Well, no, he's charging to practice and then charging to race, right? And then he had all this shit in there about, you know, attitude, like he's going to charge a fee if you give him shit.
A fine if you don't pay and all that. $20 fine.
Like, yeah, there's a $20 fine if you fucking piss him off.
Yeah,
that
stuff's
so
like
Jeff's not going to be racing there.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's no way I can go to that race.
We actually said we're going to establish some JQ fines and fine Jeff. Someone said that it was funny, but yeah,
you should. Yeah, that'd be good.
there you go. Anyway. Yeah, it's sorry. Go ahead.
I just, to me, it's like, again, it's everybody's trying to find a way to make $1, and this hobby is expensive. And you know, the hobby shops and all that stuff. Like those guys, they can charge whatever the hell they want because they got a hobby shop and they're putting in a track. And if they want to charge $50 for a club race, then that's their, you know, whatever. If they stay in business doing that, that's great, whatever. But to me, the entry fees in general it's getting out of hand. Like it's continuing to rise and continuing to rise. And at some point we are going to make it to where it's impossible to go race, to afford this thing.
You know, it used to be you paid like $90 like back in the day, I'd be like, oh yeah, $75 your first entry, $50 your other 2 entries. You know what I mean? But now it's just I mean, look, I understand, like these guys who put on these one-off races, they have to make their money back. It costs them a lot of money, but I don't know, man. It's a conundrum. Like you said, maybe people's going to start realizing and say, well, you know, I'm going to go back to just running club racing. You know, it's cheaper. And then it comes to what I said last week as well, is that people run too many classes anyway, and that makes the hobby even more expensive, you know. But yeah, $90, I mean, that's expensive. I mean, if I go to a race, like I would like to go to Wicked Weekend this year because I heard it's a great race. It's very laid back. I would just run Nitro Buggy. That's it. That's all I have. Yeah. So, and I would have fun because I'm going to, you know, be having fun doing everything else. But like Salty Joe and them guys from Bermuda, they run 5 classes at like PNB. 5 classes.
I know it's ridiculous. It's nuts. Like to me, I mean, for me personally, like I've had a lot of, I think about all this shit all the time. Like this I have no life, so I just think about RC shit all the time, right? And to me,
especially after I blocked you, you have more free time.
I have more free time. You're right, but I've found somebody else to pick on. So like, there's a lot of Josephs out there. Like, you're not the only one. Like, don't think you're that special.
Did you make like a special account, or you use your girlfriend's account just so you can go and see what's happening?
No. In fact, I was trying to do some Photoshop stuff, and I had to get Keenan to send me some of your pictures because I can't get on any of your shit to see. So I couldn't even get a picture of you to do some Photoshop stuff. But anyway, the point where I'm going is people complain to me all the time. Jeff, you bitch about all this shit, and like, you don't have any solutions. You just complain about it. You bitch about it. You whine about it, but never give any solutions or never do anything about it and all that. And I kind of disagree with that a little bit, because typically when I bitch about something, I bitch about the problem, and then either I offer solutions or I personally implement solutions to those. So like for me personally, like I love the big events. I love going to those events and hanging out, and it's more for me personally, it's the atmosphere. Like I love the atmosphere of the big events, but it's getting to where I can't afford to race the big events because it's just too expensive. It's too much, and it's taking the fun out of what I enjoy about that event. Like I want to go to the event, I want to race, I want to have a good time, I want to party, I want to do all this stuff. But now it's like you got to pick one. Either I can afford to go and actually race and just race, but then I got to leave the party out because I spent all of my beer money on fucking entry fees, or I can go to the race and just party and not race. But then that's kind of defeating the purpose of going to the freaking race. So for me, like next year and even this year, kind of finishing up this year, next year, like I'm going to limit my big races. Like I'm going to go to 1 or 2 big races a year and then spend more time locally and within, especially where I'm at. I got fucking tracks in everywhere, in which direction I want to go to. But there's a lot of these cool little series races in the local level and, around my area. And so I'm going to spend more time racing those and spending $25 or $30 to go race those. And I could get 3, 4, 5 races into one, regional race type of thing. And for me, in my life and my career, like the regional races are pointless. Like I don't gain anything other than some contingency money, which,
Yeah.
That's,
JQ Racing contingency.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So
How much are race fees over in Europe at like regular races, Joseph? Like
20, 30 euros, I think, like a local race, and like a bigger race, like the Bitter design.
Mm-hmm.
What was that? Like 70 euros?
Okay.
Maybe.
How about to enter the
something.
Euros, like to race in the Euros? How much is that?
I can't remember because the Car Racing Federation pays it, and then we get a bill afterward.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, what about
That's
your
more expensive, though.
RCGP?
It's kind of similar to the Worlds, like a couple of hundred or something. RCGP.
The RCGP2. How much is it? Like if I wanted to go race RCGP2,
It's $125.
but it's a handout tire, right? So you get a set of tires with that.
No, you have to buy your tires.
Oh, you still have to buy your tires. So the 125 is just the entry, and then you got to buy the tires on top of that.
Yeah.
See, to me, that's fucking sucks. Like that's expensive.
Yeah, but that's a big race. That's not your, local race. That's like you have one of those a year.
And you only race in one class
in your country. So.
And you only race in one class, so it isn't. I mean, and you save money on tires because you don't need a whole bunch of tires.
Well, no, but that's not true because you're still buying the tires.
Yeah, but you're limited to the amount of tires you can buy as well.
Well, yeah, but if you go, even if you take PMB, right?
Mm-hmm.
PMB, you're going to spend, if you're racing one class, you're going to spend $90 on entries.
Mm-hmm.
And then PMB, tire-wise, I mean, I only went through 2 sets of tires at PMB.
Makes sense. So it's about...
So PMB's cheaper.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's, to me, I thought you got at least a set of tires with the entry.
Mm-hmm.
See, like, when we were going to do a series race with the handout tires, we were going to charge $65 per entry, but you got a set of tires with it.
Yeah. Yeah, because you was going to do a series, wasn't you?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Food for thought, Joseph.
Why didn't you do it?
Because there's not enough... the series in Florida that was either kind of going away or was going to go away, they decided not to go away, and there's not enough Florida racers to support 2 series in Florida. And so rather than trying to compete with them and divide the racers, I'm like, well, fuck it, I'll just not do it and go support those guys.
And you have a lot of series races surrounding Florida, up in the Carolinas, Georgia, and all that stuff too. So yeah, it's difficult.
If his series ever goes away, then I'll start one, because I still think, to me, going back to the cost of racing, like for me personally, the cost of racing is ridiculous. Like, it is super expensive, and we need to get back to. One of my big advocates lately is races with a spec tire. So spec tire racing in general, because I think spec tire racing is part of the future as far as growing the hobby or getting more people involved. If you can go to a race and this is the tire that you can race, or if you race a series, like in my case, I was going to do a series and we were going to run this tire at all the series races. So you're limited to how many tires you could buy at each race, but you can use those tires from race to race to race. So you're not spending a ton of money on tires. And to me, that spec tire is what people need to start really looking at to lower the cost of this. Because if I can go to a race, and whether I'm a sponsored driver or not, if I can go to a race and I can pay an entry fee and I can get a set of tires for free and then maybe buy one more set of tires at a big discount and race, like, I just saved myself a shitload of money. Because now when you go to races and and you're legitimately competing to win or to have a good showing, you got to spend $300 or $400, $500 on tires prior to showing up, because you don't know what tire is going to work. So the prep to do all that shit it's freaking ridiculous. But if you had a spec tire class, it's going to greatly save
money and make for better racing. So
it does. It just eliminates so much. Like, the biggest stress at races right now is tires. Like, what tire should I run? What tire do I need to run? Like, if you're walking around the pits and it's a tire track, like, everybody, pros and Joes, are stressing over this. Like, this is because a tire can make or break your heat. It's such a we've come to an industry of it's a tire game. Like, it's all about tires. And I mean, we gotta get back to some sort of level field where it's affordable and fun. Like, it's the stress level now is just ridiculous and around the stupid tire game.
Good stuff. You feel that way too, right, Joseph?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
completely.
All right.
I think for like a world championship, then yes, I understand. We should have the best of the best and see who has the best tire, who has the best package. But for other travel races, then I think a spec tire is the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, you have your pro race, your pro class is that whatever they want to run, and then like where we're at in America and all this shit here with the sportsman, open, and then pro. Like, we have 3 levels of 8-scale buggy racing, and all 3 levels. It's supposed to be divided by skill, but it's not. I mean, it's whatever people want to go race. Like, there's no division in it. Like, screw all that. Do a pro class and a spec tire class. Like, done. And it's going to group people together, and it's going to make it more competitive, and the racing is going to be better. It's just everything about it is better. There's no downside other than the people are going to start bitching because, oh my God, I'm sponsored by J Concepts or I'm sponsored by Proline. I can't race a class and go run a competing manufacturer's tires. Well, fuck it. If you're not a pro, you shouldn't have to worry about that. Like, that's not an issue.
They do it at the 10 scale worlds. They run a spec tire there. That's the best of the best. Good to race 10 scale. So,
I mean, it's just like that was the biggest issue when I was trying to put this series together here in Florida was all these sportsman guys who have tire sponsors. They were bitching because, well, we can't support that series because we're sponsored by AKA. We can't go race and have a J Concepts tire on our car. Well, then go run the pro class, and then you don't have to worry about that. Well, I'm not good enough to compete with the pro class. Then you shouldn't need a fucking sponsor. Like,
oh my God. Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know, man. It's such a conundrum. It's just a conundrum. I don't want to go like on a whole spiel about RCGP. I like the fact that RCGP has a spec tire for the RC2.
You don't want to get me started on RCGP. Like,
no,
you need to make sure you limit those words.
And it's hot.
Let's leave that to the next week. Next week's rant, because if we start on that now, it's going to be another hour.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd wear your ass out.
But thank
you would hang up on me.
But thank you for coming back.
I don't think you can get me that riled up.
All right. Well, I think this is a good rant, multiple rants. It's good to have you back, Jeff. Some people like you, some people don't, but I think it doesn't matter because we're all trying to just make this fun. And like I said,
some people like you, most people don't.
Yeah, but
well, you know what? I look at it like this. The people, I judge the people like I do the brakes on my buggy. So I'm kind of like, I run my brakes like a 60-40 kind of thing. 60% up front, 40 in the back. So that's kind of where I'm at with people. Like 60% of the people like me, 40% don't. So the 60 that like me, I'm okay with that. Like if it's switched and 40% only liked me and 60 hated me, then I'd have to change the way how I do things. But
it's like 60% is Keenan and your mom.
I'm okay with that.
Well, Joseph, your number is 80-20, but in reverse.
Yeah, 80 people like me and 20 people.
20% people like you, 80% dislike you.
This is why you suck on the track, because your brake bias is all off, man. You got you got way too much rear brake and not enough front brake, and that's how your life is. You know, you're just you're always, when you get on the brakes, man, your car wants to spin out and shit. And that's kind of how you are in life, man. When you start talking and your mouth opens and your lips are, you just start spinning out, and like people are turned off by that.
Well, I identify the snowflakes and find the people that are worthy.
I think a lot of people listen to you, Joseph, especially when you start talking about setup. When you start, but you're my boy. I'm not gonna say nothing. I'm just glad to have Jeff back. It always makes it fun when he's hearing the rants. And remember, these rants are not meant to bash anybody, but to offer solutions as well. And that's what I think. That's why I think they're so great, because we try to offer solutions. And like you said, Jeff, sometimes you try to implement solutions, or at least plant a seed for people to think about it. Hey, what he said was right. Like, he's full of shit. I don't like what he says. So, it doesn't matter. But if it does change something, then that's good. That's how I look at it.
Well, most people will always tell me the same thing. Like, it's, you're a dick, but you're right.
Yeah.
And I would much rather be a dick or be right and a dick than be a dick and be wrong.
Got you.
Right? See? So I'm always right.
Right.
Just like I'm right about the RCGP.
Okay, so we're not gonna rant about it. We're not gonna rant about it. Just tell me what you're right about, and then next week we're gonna rant about it. Okay?
I'm right about everything.
No, but what are you right about the RCGP? Like, you're right.
So the misconception about me and the RCGP is everybody thinks I'm against the RCGP. And that is completely and utterly wrong. Like, there's no truth in that whatsoever. I'm not against the RCGP. I hope the RCGP succeeds. I want the RCGP to succeed. My complaint with RCGP is the RCGP's message in which they're putting out. I don't agree with the message itself. Not with what they're doing. The message being that you guys are going to change the industry, that you're going to bring in all these new people to the hobby, that you're doing something that's never been done before. You're bringing professionalism to the industry. Like, the message itself is what I don't necessarily agree with.
Okay, so next week we're going to rant about that. I'm going to
whatever
prove
you
you
want.
wrong.
You
Okay.
can prove me wrong, but
right.
well, you can try to prove me wrong. But see, the problem is, JQ, and I'll let you stew on this, and then we can call it. There's no way you can prove me wrong, and the reason why there's no way you can prove me wrong, because you haven't done it yet. All the RCGP is doing right now is saying what they're going to do, but they have not done it. So until you do it, you will never prove me wrong. And
yeah, but
it's
I can,
going to take.
we can rant about it, and I can
It's going to take
explain it to you.
years and years for you to prove me wrong, because even next year,
I'm patient. I've got time.
Oh, I do too.
Not if you keep riding your motocross bike like that. You won't have much time. But
what about my motocross bike?
I said if you keep riding your motocross like that, you're not going to have too much time left. You're going to break yourself in half. So
Yeah, but then I'll have even more time.
you're getting
I'll
old,
be like Tebow.
dude. You're getting old.
I'll be
You gotta
like
stop
Tebow.
it.
I'll be all injured, and I'll have time.
All right.
Well, you know the thing about Tebow, he was one of my picks for the Nationals to podium and probably good chance of win. Like for me, it was Tebow and Lutz are like my top pick. Tebow's out, like he's done.
Cut out. Keenan,
What happened?
Did you hear what Did you hear what Keaton just said?
That Tebow was one of his picks.
Oh, it cut out for me. I didn't hear.
Yeah,
I thought it was divine intervention. Like
No.
wouldn't let you.
All right.
So,
Well, we've been rambling for an hour. Let's cut this up. Thank you for coming back, Jeff. It's good to have you back on here. I always like your input and your satire and your amusement. And Joseph, I think you guys complement each other, even though you're blocked on Facebook. I think you guys still complement each other. And I like to be referee.
Good. Wait,
Yeah,
one thing. Satire. Did you see that new website?
Jeff, yeah, have you seen it, Jeff?
No,
Dude,
I have not
yeah.
seen it.
Oh, I'll send you the link
God,
when I get
you're
off.
gonna have to go.
I'll send you the link when I hang up here. You'll like it.
They put a Tebow article up too.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll look.
Yeah, we were reading it.
Well,
with
you have fun this week. Are you still on the fence about going to AMS, Jeff?
I'm out for AMS. I'm
Okay.
not going to AMS.
All right. Well, you have fun at your races this weekend, even though this podcast will be next week. But I hope you have fun, and we'll get ready for the next week's podcast. So I'm sure we'll have something to rant about soon.
Yeah, the RCGP. It's already said.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Joseph.
All right.
And thank you, everybody.
Have fun not seeing my Facebook profile.
I will.
All right. Remember, Nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. Thank you to everybody that supports the No Name RC podcast. Thank you to all our sponsors, Assault RC, Techno RC, FastRaceShop.com, and of course JQ Racing. And thank you, Jeff, for your time. Thank you to everybody that supports us. Remember, Patreon, we got the podcast coming up. They're going to be on early release on Mondays, and we're working on a few things. We might be doing 2 podcasts a week. We'll see. They're getting longer and longer, so we might have to split them up. Thank you, everybody. And remember, Nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills, and keep it low class. # low class.
For sure.
Thank you for listening to the No Name RC podcast. Please tune in next time for more fresh RC content. And if you can, please also support us on patreon.com/thequaygrain. We will greatly appreciate it. And don't forget, Nitro is the glory.